Good evening, and welcome to episode 21 of Cometh the Fall, Earnest Dealings. Good evening, everybody. Hello, Prostar, Zebus, Alan, Ladavian, Chris, Flamequill, Baxter, Anubis. Hello, you fine folks. How's everybody doing this evening? Hopefully your Friday the 13th has been a good one. No, not late at all, Itis. Ooh, it included steak. That's definitely a good day. Hello, Jacob. Now is the time to go get your drinks, your snacks, all of that fun stuff. We have a little bit of time before we hop on over and get ourselves introduced to our players, what they'll be doing today, and then their recount. I personally am not sure what their intentions are. I have a general idea based on what the players have told me. However, players are also prone to changing their mind last minute. So, we'll see. The sports fair this week, so my body is screaming at me. Oh my god. Well, please, come on in, get some rest. Watch a bunch of misfits try to figure out what they're going to do with their time here in Elion's Tier, a nice little hamlet in the south reaches of the Southlands in the Ettenmoor. They figure out just what the hell their plan is. I'm going to give my players a little bit of time to get themselves situated, and then we're going to hop right over. Us? No, never. Of course not. No. No, I'm talking about this other group that I'm running for. That likes to split the party a lot. That's really... that's who I'm talking about. Exactly. SOE. That's right. That's who I'm talking about. Of course. All right. We should be able to hop on over and get ourselves introduced. Right away. Perfect. Welcome to Elion's Tier, for those of you who are new here. This is a hamlet in the Southlands of the Ettenmoor, ran by a mayor and his wife. And the party currently reside here with little to no coin to their name, trying to figure out how they're going to get away from the prying eyes of the Iron Duke, a band of brigands, and some other horrible things lurking around in the woods. Let's meet our players. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Who are you?
Hello, Chad.
How did I get here?
Good morning.
I see one of us is muted, but that's fine. How's everybody doing today?
I'm good. Wow. Yeah. Not too bad this Friday the 13th.
I'm about to say, did you do anything spooky today?
Oh, God, I wish.
I killed a man.
Nice.
Oh,
That's the spirit.
Casual.
Was there a specified ETA on that BRB?
No. I was just told bathroom.
Well, shouldn't be too bad then.
You know, bathroom time.
Indeed.
3 hours later.
I don't know about that. Well, she's down the road. So, let's go ahead. Let's get introduced to everybody's characters. Tell us a little bit about who you are, your race, what class you're playing, and what you're doing here in Elion's Tier. We'll start with Mr. Rick.
Ayo, Rick.
Unless Rick is also AFK.
No, I was not. I was, well, momentarily, just to check what's happening with Siluro. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, are we talking about our characters?
Did you hear anything I said?
No. Sorry, I was looking for her.
It's all right. Why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are, what race you are, what class you're playing, and what your character is doing in Elion's Tier.
Okay. I play Alaric Rovain. He is a nobleman of Karim. He is also a paladin of Shelir, meaning his domain resides in nature and all things natural. Currently in Elonstyr, he is hoping to lay back and enjoy the luxuries of country life. Now that finally he's out of that prison, he's been drinking and socializing. Hopefully he'll continue to do so, but as it stands, he may end up leaving the town with the party soon. He's also a half-elf, and luckily for him, that hasn't bore him any troubles just yet, living among Tyrosians. It remains to be seen.
Thank you. Mr. Aldane.
I play Callan Aldane, a variant human ranger, young man and a member of the Grey Watch who takes the fight into the wilderness against monstrosities and beastmen and the like, and has been serving as the party's wilderness guide for the most part. And now on their way, hopefully, to help the town out a little bit more with some missing supplies.
What's he been doing in Elion's Tier?
Mostly questioning his lineage and getting into various amounts of trouble with the Kingsmen and the like. Although hopefully solving that problem soon.
Thank you. Miss Lamordia.
Yes, I play Mordia, a level 3 Phantom Rogue, and Dampier, although it has come to question, they are questions she has yet to answer for the party. Here in Elion's Tier, she is attempting to work her way back to other bastions of civilization and perhaps work up enough coin to send a missive home that she is alive and well. On the other hand, she is also grappling with these strange new powers she discovered on the way out of Haynes Keep. Sorry, forgot that for a second. Jesus.
It's all right. It's been a while. I think you guys haven't been in Haynes Keep for over 11 sessions now.
Don't worry. I'm sure Hayne will come and remind me.
Oh, you want me to get him? Okay.
He's doing the recap.
And what are you... I'm sorry, did I miss it? What is Miranda doing in Elion's Tier?
Hopefully, she has banded with the party for their best chance of survival out here in Tyros at large, but hoping to earn enough coin to write home and perhaps prove her mettle by the time she reaches there.
Perfect. Thank you. Miss Rosaire.
I play Sabine Lillian Rousset, Female protector ASMR Paladin of Devotion. She is a paladin of Sariel, who is the god of love and beauty and relationship. Sorry. He was gloating. She is currently with the party in Elion's tier because she is fostering local relationships, doing right by her god, but also she's finding this party very, very interesting in their interactions and everything. Seeing where it goes from here out of maybe morbid curiosity. She wants to get enough money to try and get in contact with her brother and her order, and see where the wind takes her from there, where her wills, her whims.
Thank you. Now this begs the question. Is Siluro back? Very well. Mrs. Irie.
Hello. I play Yuria Zairi, the human warlock, level 3, a hexblade, a foreigner from Careso, a continent far, far away from Tyros. Also a noble blood of Shademore, but that hardly applies in this area of the world. Much like the party, arriving in Alien's Tier seemed like simply a place of respite from our long journey, a place to restock and rest out in relative safety. However, also like the party, having spent time here, I have found something I did not expect on my journey. Not yet. A lead to my original purpose, though faint. The Thorian bloodline of Kellen has piqued my interest, thanks to the information given to me by Mr. Duskbrand, who not only brought up missing bloodlines, but has also enlightened me about what the Sahagin have informed me of, and he has given me another to meet, another of his order, I think. Hopefully, when we arrive, wherever Mr. Oh, what was his name? Moonbright, I believe. Wherever he lies, when we reach him, I will hopefully discover more, and perhaps I can finally begin my research in earnest.
Thank you. We wait for Silveril de Catarina. Until that time,
Nice weather we're having.
why don't you guys tell me about some of your aspirations for your character? A short term and a long term. We'll go reverse. Miss Irie.
Short term, Mrs. Irie wishes to, I suppose this is technically short term, discover the lost history of her people so she can return to Shademore and basically gloat to her father, who's a bit of a know-it-all when it comes to occult lore and politics and a lot of things. Long term, my hope, my final aspiration for the character, OOC, is for her to become a patron and eventually replace the patron that is currently leading her.
Jesus.
That's
Very
like level
neat.
20 aspirations, though. That's a far, far away dream.
Good stuff. Sabine.
My aspirations are to make the ins and outs of the houses whenever we get to some of the bigger cities. Kind of play the political aspect of it, to kind of build a name for herself. It's kind of a she's going to show her mother. Basically, she threw away the wrong kid. In the long term, now that certain things have come to light about her being an ASMR heritage-wise, eventually I hope to have her go across the sea to Lond and maybe find her family there too. Or hopefully run into some here. If not, kind of research that aspect of like why her mom is over here compared to the rest of her family.
Okay. Marana.
Yes, most immediate concern is finding a way to make some money, send a missive home, let them know that she is as well as well can be, given the circumstances. She would also like to engage on hunts for monsters to prove herself worthy of her family name, Primordial, and eventually have enough experience by the time they reach her home to walk through the doors with her head held high. And also perhaps learn a bit more about these strange new abilities she's come across. In the long term, she would hope to claim her rightful place as the heir of her house. To maybe, just maybe, spark a little bit of pride in her father's heart. And perhaps most ambitious of all, to take the fight to the Grimwald for everything that she personally has lost at their hands.
Thank you. Kellen.
I most immediately would be to report back about all the alarming things that he found out and or heard in Haynes Keep. Other things that he's found out as well. You know, the orcs and all that. Getting them, hopefully, some help for Spinebreaker's son. Or his missing arm. Other things. Questions that he has for his parental units about recent revelations regarding his heritage. But otherwise, mostly just getting the rest of the party to a larger town where they can accomplish what they need and hopefully continue on with the good work that they're doing so far with helping people. And yes, that's basically it. He's very simple.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Alaric.
Hello. Okay, long term, right?
One short term, one long term.
Well, in the short term, he's hoping to catch the party of oh my god, I forgot their name. The hybrids. The
Morlings?
Minotaur Morlings, yes. He's hoping to catch Morling party and get to the bottom of who is sending the Ethanmore into this array. What is happening to nature? Why are animals disappearing? Why is the ecosystem so famished? In the long term, Alaric possesses among his belongings a fabled and household hammer that belongs to House Rofield, wielded by Driosgar, second son of House Steel, his master, teacher, and his mentor. In battle against Valagar, Driosgar perished, but before doing so, as part of the story goes, cast it into the heavens, where in thunder it was struck, scattered, and sent across the Ethanmore as a last-ditch insult to Valagar's reign. So long as the hammer remained divided, it could no longer reign. Not truly, not without its symbolism. Alaric, in an effort to restore his master's honor, set it upon himself to return it, every bit of it. And now that he's collected it, he is on his way back to Rofield, only that he's making an adventure out of it. Taking his time.
Thank you. Silver de Catarina. please introduce your character. What race you're playing, what class you're playing, what Siluril is currently doing in Elion's tier, and then I would like one long-term goal and one short-term goal.
Oh. Okay, I play Siluril. She is a high elf, fighter. She caught me off guard here. I usually do my thing. She is in Elion's tier, trying to get a feel for, this is the first time she has been to a hamlet, a town, something or other without an escort from her family, from House Ashford. And she's trying to, get a feel for the town and enjoy it. See what life is like here in without mission, right? She's here just because she's here, not for any other reason. And eventually, a small goal, I suppose, I would like her to use the experience that she gains, hopefully, from Elion's tier, to better help a lot of the different towns we come across as we move across the hexes, in hopes that she can actually serve her people, the people of the Ettenmoor under Ashford, instead of just serving them from a piece of paper or a battlefield drawn by X's and squares. This is something she can do in person. A long-term goal for Siluril would hopefully learn more about dragons, and eventually stop the through hopefully all of the knowledge she would gain on dragons, she could use something from that side of it to figure out what is going on behind closed doors in her great family in House Ashford and in the Ettenmoor as a whole. She would like to, as cliche as this sounds, root out the evil that is slowly festering across her lands.
Thank you. Now, Miss Rosaire, I believe you recounted last week.
Indeed.
Please pick somebody to recount for this week.
Hey, Sizzle, how you doing?
Damn.
All right.
No hesitation.
Well, I warned him yesterday.
Well,
Uriel.
very well. The morning of the first of dawn, a day of rest for Elion's tier. But not so for much of our party. We start out with myself, Maron, and Kellen, leaving Siluril, Alaric, and Sabine with her poor head, to venture forth out of Elion's tier towards Duskbrand's tower. Ah, the poor fool, I doubt he realized what he invited when he gave us permission to visit him. As we walk, the town is mostly empty, sensibly resting after last night's festivities. As we walk also, In the relative silence, I begin to query Kellen about that thing he found last night. He informs us that he stood watch with the militia last night, and that he found something interesting in the woods that he would talk to the rest of us about. He did, however, mention a dragon cultist, just to add suspense, I suppose, to his story. I'm worried, but there's not much I can really do about it, and so we continue our way towards the tower. We arrive, and Duskbrand lets us inside, bids us to sit, and I admit I was a little impatient, and I quickly ask him about something that's been bothering me for quite some time now. The Sahagin priestess's phrase, Zire Inasanar. I ask him what he knows of it. He asks me where it came from, and I give him just enough, informing him that it was the witch we met. No context, though, not yet. He informs me that it is deep speech, meaning daughter of the moon, which, unfortunately, sounds quite familiar. He then offers me an audience, or at least an invitation, well, a letter, to meet with a Lord Caldrum Moonborn in the territory of Armenhand, west of the mountains, which separates Grimwald from Armenhand. He says he'll write us the letter of introduction tomorrow, and I, of course, accept. Funny enough, he says that deep speech is supposed to be a discomforting thing to speak. I do not feel anything personally, but perhaps it's a wizard thing. Shortly enough, after my queries, we turn to Kellen's bloodline. Duskbrand gestures to Kellen to move to the center of a rug embroidered with odd runes and obviously prepared for just such an occasion. In Draconic, he begins to cast. With markings on him and the rug aglow, he inspects Kellen with some sort of ritual I am not familiar with. After Kellen is unharmed and the ritual complete, he informs us that Kellen is unfortunately not wholly Thorian, that he was incorrect, partly, in his original estimate. He says Kellen is Arharani, a descendant people of the Thorians, and ones who gazed upon the silver flame of Thorland, or so apparently the legends say. They were a misplaced people who fled from the destruction of their home. Kellen mentioned something about how his father is half-elven, but chose to live life as an elf, and that though he was raised among elves, he found it strange that he himself did not have the markings of an elf. To which Duskland replies that the Arharni line is apparently a strong blood, and affirms that Kellen is quite human. I, of course, take notes. Not questioning, as it was not my place to say, but keeping track. This might be a bit of a reach, but it's the first chance I've had in collecting a hook in my original purpose for reaching Tyros. I should keep Kellen alive, even if he tries his best to do otherwise. At this point, Duskbrand informs us of his order and his dedication to studying Arahani and Thorian bloods. He half mentions a Leofric the Pale, the reason he arrived in this town, a Arahani Night Lord who was titled Duke in the Fourth Age against the War of the Giants. He mentions bits and pieces of Leofric, but my attention is on Kellen and perhaps other bloodlines of the Thorians. After that is done, Morana then questions Duskbrand about his order. He calls it the Order of the Eye. He says its purpose is to keep knowledge out of the wrong hands, which I find to be both vague and somewhat biased, depending on who you talk to. But nevertheless, he says that is what his order is for, and I do not question on it. He also mentions, I believe, that Mr. Moonbright is also of the same order. He gives us a phrase. If we are asked what are three things that don't belong, that we should reply, fire, love, and the truth, to signal that we are something. I suppose trustworthy. I, out of curiosity, ask him about his relation with Cinder Spears, having met one, and myself carrying one of their supposed marks, though I don't show it to him. He says he finds these Cinder Spears are not quite as inquisitive as he'd like, them being a mostly militant order, and that he doubts the Cinder Spears are aware of his own order. Having exhausted him of questions, and promised a letter to us and further lessons, the next day Duskbrand escorts us three, our merry trio of scholarly minds, out the door, and presumably tends to Finn. About halfway, we meet Sabine, suffering from her own actions and the consequences thereof. She greets us with a vomit, which was just delightful. Anyway, after that's all done, we fed a hearty breakfast at the inn, where Guinevere and Gerald's looming over us like parents, which I suppose is heartwarming, though I feel it's a bit patronizing. And I suppose I'm not the only one, because Alric seems he wants to begin the first of dawn in a mood. He eats, to be blunt, like a pig, and seems rather argumentative over every bit that is given him. I also tried to mend things with Siluril, seeing as we are apparently bound to this party for the foreseeable future. Best we attack things on the outside and not each other. And I am met with a chance, apprehension, but a cautious acceptance of apology. Not an apology for anything specific, but I suspect our personalities don't quite align. Anyway. Alok tries to get away from the party, seeing himself in a mood, and attempts to brood by the hearth, but Kellen insists, trying to inform us away from Geralt and Guinevere about what he did last night. When we are safely away from the Singing Tear and in the still quiet streets, he gives us the full scoop of what happened. He informs us of King and his kingsmen, their history with Rosewood, and his sympathies towards them, and he tries to excuse their actions with the unicorn, saying they only hunted out of ignorance. I find that somewhat doubtful, seeing as, well, they knew how to hunt it. That suggests to me that you would have to know what a unicorn is in order to kill it, if it's anything like, well, the others seem to give it credit for. Nevertheless, he is questioned, especially by Alric, on the verge of a fistfight, it seemed. And eventually, Kellen stomps off towards the Singing Tear, and the rest go towards the chapel. They desire to meet a Miss Mira Stormcloak. But that part of the adventure I was not in. So, after that, I meet Kellen, and we have a bit of back and forth. My main objective to soothe his, perhaps, agitated mind after his confrontation with Alric. And we discuss potential outcomes of what we will be doing next, tomorrow, after Duskbrand's lessons, and what we plan on doing with Elion's Tier as a whole. And that is where we left off.
Thank you. It is the 1st of dawn. Currently, 7 p.m. The sun is already well beyond the point of setting over the Bloodfen Mountains. You would watch the sort of last rays of sunlight barely peeking through, keeping that deep sort of gradient colors of yellow and purple now sort of holding the sky as it begins to settle and slowly drift downwards. The party is currently in 2 places, with Morana returning and finding herself with Sabine, Silveril, and Alaric after her meeting with Amira Stormoak, and Yuria and Kellen with their conversation ending with Gerald. What are you currently doing?
Oops.
The party.
I suppose Yuri and Kellen are going to wait for the rest of the party to come back.
That sounds about right. Kellen probably offering to help Gerald and Guinevere if they need anything, or just make himself useful, rather. With a bit of a side question, just kind of offered offhandedly for both of them, regarding who the terror, or what the terror of the Southlands is.
Gerald, who's sort of cleaning up and getting himself ready, as he's sort of preparing the bones for transport and sort of getting them all prepared, he sort of pauses as he ties up the bundle. And what are you asking about that for? What do you know about the terror?
Nothing, really. Which is why I was asking you.
Well, it ain't nothing good.
No, with a name like the Terror, I couldn't imagine.
Aye. Who told you about it?
Your gentlemen bandits.
Aye. They're probably the most likely to run into it out there in the wilderness. Ooh, the terror. She's something fierce. I remember hearing something about her being big. I'm talking bigger than a house. Blades or claws as big as long swords. Fur so dark it looks like she blends in with the night sky.
Was it some kind of dragon?
You know, not entirely sure. That's the problem. People have been fighting the terror, trying to fight her, for forever, feels like. They were telling those stories back when I was just a boy.
I suppose it's a possibility that they could have run afoul of your caravans.
I mean, it's mostly just folklore.
Well, it has me concerned, as you can probably imagine.
Aye,
in my vocation and such. I don't suppose your folklore has any suggestions on what to do if encountering this thing.
Oh. You can see him sort of like snapping his fingers, trying to think. And that's when Guinevere sort of makes herself known. And she has a very somewhat serious expression. Why are you huge?
Holy shit!
Calm down there, brother.
Big woman.
Giant woman, giant woman.
He's a fucking Amazon elf. Holy shit.
Like that.
Calm the fuck down.
You can't tell us to calm
I
down.
can.
I'm being repressed.
Being repressed.
There's
Parrot in the system.
there's another name you've probably heard of. If you're familiar around here in the Southlands, Kellen. Our people call it De Kelvar, which means shadow beast.
Has he heard of him?
Roll me a history check.
I'm actually proficient in that. Ready for the first natural one of the day? Well, actually, not too bad. Not too shabby.
16. Indeed, but it's met with the same sort of skepticism of folklore, right? The terminology is different, but the elves of Nelinor would have had stories pertaining to the terror, or the shadow beast, as it's called.
Then I'll the name when you get a chance.
Sure. You would know, rather, yeah, you would know very little about it, though, with a 16. Just a creature that originated during the Age of Woe, which is where it gets its name, given that during the Age of Woe, the sky was mostly blotted out. There was a lot of darkness and shadows that claimed the land. But again, it's so old that there's no real modern interpretations of it. It's like their understanding of like how we sort of regard giants and ogres and everything like that back from the medieval ages, right?
So it's like practically mythological at this point.
Indeed.
But no real good information beyond that.
None that you're able to remember.
Fair enough.
You said De Creva meant shadow beast?
Yes. I will spell it out for you.
What language does De Creva sound like it's from?
De Kavar comes from Elven.
Kelvar. Oh, okay.
I understood it.
Indeed. It's been around for quite some time, if my memory serves. But, again, it's mostly been urban legend or folklore. There haven't been any sightings of a creature like that in quite some time. Then again, I'm not a scholar. However, if you're interested in the terror, I would ask Mr. Duskbrand. And you see her sort of turn to look over at Gerald. Mr. Alvir.
Is it Gerald, Mr. Alvier?
He's Alvain.
Oh, God. That's right. It's right here. It's right here. It's Reynold who's the Alvier. That's right. Ha.
Reynold might have some answers pertaining to creatures like this.
Is he a hunter of monsters, then?
Gerald has a very sort of soft frown underneath the very, like, thick, bushy beard. Aye, he was.
Retired and settled down here, did he?
Aye, he retired. And, when he learned this is where I was living, he made his way on down here, and we got him set him up with a nice little plot for him.
Kellen smiles faintly and taps one fingernail on the bars or on the table as he's listening. My. Your little hamlet has a lot of surprises, doesn't it?
He gives you a raised brow. Maybe.
I'm not criticizing. Most of the time, when we encounter a small village under threat of maulings and the like, it's farmers with hay in their hair and not much notion on how to handle themselves in a fight. I suspect that if we came here to help, you would be showing us what to do.
You're being very generous, lad. I'm just a mayor, and he's just a friend.
Mm-hmm. I won't push.
I will. You, Kellen. Why did this terror come up in conversation with the gentleman bandits? It seems a bit out of left field.
It sort of seemed to me that they mentioned it as one of those possibilities of why a caravan could go missing. I don't know if they really believed it, but they sort of mentioned it offhandedly, like, well, they might have run afoul of bandits, or maulings, or maybe the terror of the Southlands got them.
Yuri purses her lips. So they don't actually know?
No. That's for us to find out, apparently. They seem too busy trying to hunt down cultists that kill sheep.
Her eyes narrow. Are you sure it's these cultists stealing the sheep?
That's what they told me, and it's believable enough.
Her eyes peer over to Gerald and Guinevere. I'm sorry, what would cultists want to do with your sheep?
Lass, your guess is just as good as mine.
Well, let me try another question. What might the gentleman bandits want with your sheep? And how likely is it they're the ones stealing it?
Oh, that was my thought originally. When Kellen was speaking about cultists being responsible, my mind immediately thought of, well, maybe it was the bandits getting themselves some food and having a nice easy mark to blame it on.
Yuri nods, seeming to agree.
Didn't you mention that the sheep were mutilated, however?
Aye.
It's not something that someone does out of hunger.
I'm afraid I don't know cultist dealings or rituals and the like, I'm afraid.
There haven't been any other reports of the cultist types or strange men.
No reports of people lingering on the edge of fields or anything. And that's when Guinevere sort of chimes up. Well, when I went to go speak with Mrs. Rowe, as you suggested, I spoke to her father, and he informed me of a strange sighting on the Western Road. There was a man, or what he presumed to be a man, standing rather ominously at the end of the road. The strangest part was talking of how, rather, despite there being wind, nothing but the figure moved. Couldn't make out any details aside from that, though. And just as quickly as he saw him, he was gone.
Colin squints at that. Really? How long ago?
About a day.
I see. Does that information jog anything else loose from the previous attempt at trying to remember these particular stories? One kind of like, I believe it was a history check, maybe.
I believe you've already rolled to try and discern information about this earlier on when...
Yeah, that was at a campfire, yeah.
Indeed. The information doesn't appear to be any different from what Silverell told you. A figure who, despite there being wind, appears unaffected by it.
Colin chimes in. Dressed in black, yes?
He spoke of it being relatively dark out. At that point at night, generally everything you're wearing becomes black. To preface as well, Mr. Rowe is very old as well. He's getting on in years, and his recent disabilities have also affected his well-being.
That's only strange. We had a similar encounter. Something about it bothers me, and I can't place it.
I mean, you were wandering out in the woods, tracking around with a bunch of others who've probably never been out that far. Could just be a simple trick of the mind.
Well, I've generally found that wishful thinking will only get you so far in the wild. And there are things out there that even my mother and father couldn't explain. They've told me as much. You try to avoid talking about hearsay and speaking about old legends as much around the Grey Watch's fires. It tends to inflame the mind. It's best to keep one grounded.
Well, keep yourself grounded then. Don't be worrying about weird shadow men.
Shadow man. Huh.
I'm going to go meet up with Bolton and get these bones returned. You folks enjoy your night. Get some proper rest. And I'll be back in the morning. He leans over and gives a kiss to
Nice.
Gregor.
She is the main quest.
Just always. That's the end game.
Oh no.
It's New Game Plus.
Fuck's
Marry an elf wife.
Stay safe, Carol.
I always plan to, and I don't go nowhere without my axe.
Are you sure you don't need company out there?
I'll have a few of the boys with me. And Bolton's plenty of enough company as it is.
Very well. Well, then I suppose we are at your disposal. Wow, now you got me doing it. Disposal, Lady Guinevere.
I'm afraid you'll be hard-pressed to do anything. Most of the evening is already done for. What you can do is gather up your friends and get some rest.
Well,
Where are your other companions?
in theory, at the chapel. Sabine has some desires to know more about herself from a more religious aspect, of which Yuri and I are of little help in the matter.
Silveril is with them?
As far as I know.
Good. Very good. Well then. Best be off. It's getting late. Gerald gives a very wide grin, another kiss, and then pushes his way towards the door.
I guess we will wait in the common room for them to return. Unless there was something else that needs doing, which doesn't seem that there is.
No, I'm afraid you lucked out. Most of the evening is already done. Whatever work needed to be done, Gerald saw to it, much to my attempting to dissuade him of it. If you would like, you both can stock the cellar for me.
Oh. That sounds like a welcome diversion. I'd be more than happy to.
Perfect. I need some of the barrels brought down.
I'm assuming she means these.
Indeed.
Callum rolls his shoulders and gives her a nod and makes his way to the cellar to start working on moving barrels.
And Yuri, my dear, you can help me prepare some of the wine.
All right.
Unless you believe you're capable of lifting some of those barrels.
You'll note I did not walk in that direction.
That's what I thought. Grab some of the bottles over there.
Call from the cellar area. Baby arms.
And you would see amongst the shelves, there are just a number of clean, well-preserved empty bottles that are already set to sort of like semi-crystal-like like pitchers that are prepared. And then she begins showing you how they go about sort of preparing and setting up their various wines. They have like this large sort of cask that's prepared, and she shows you how to begin drawing from it.
Wow.
And while that's happening, we pan back to the rest of the party outside of Palor's chapel. Which, give me one moment. What are you all doing?
As Zebus was so kind to remind, the D1000 roll.
No, not D1000. It's been the same day for the last 3 sessions. There hasn't been a change. Therefore, no need for a new roll.
Sabine would steady herself because she was kind of praying, like on that, please let her brother be okay. Stand up, kind of brush herself off, and she would go and, give me 1 second, I'm starting to sneeze.
Bless you.
And she would go to, and now I lost the name, the nice doors lady, and,
You didn't take notes?
I can't find my notes.
Disc tisk. What's her name?
You know I take notes, but I think I erased them.
You fool.
Let me grab the other 2, and then we can do a transition. Because I've made this place.
Oh.
No, I get scared when there's a map of a location.
Yo. Does this place look bigger than before? Also, why is my vision on Yuri?
What do you mean?
Because we're in the corner as observers, but we can't see anything.
You can't see anything.
I have apparently I have dark vision, DM.
Oh, boy. Okay. Continue. What's her name, Sabine?
Alaric would probably be here. Silverill's here.
Amira.
And
Amira.
she's on the edge of the stairs.
One fear. One fear. Two fears.
I don't think Marana's with us yet, is she?
He is probably coming back. Okay, I was just looking at the map. There is no gate on the side here, so she has to go through the entire chapel again.
There's gates on the side, just not the direct side. They're like a little further out.
Yeah, so she would be coming back from one of the gate locations out in the garden. Or cemetery, rather. So I'm not sure where that is.
Put yourself on either side.
Okay. I'll just... Here we go. Yum.
How long has it been?
This would be Marana's coming back. So however long you guys have been outside, you berating somebody who's not there.
But loud enough so she can hear it. This is important.
That has to be very loud.
No, then not so. Although Alaric's voice has a tendency to carry, I don't think heard at the back of the chapel.
Why are you going to continue to call out to her if she cannot hear you? All of these things you're saying. What have I done to have to hear them? She's just sitting on the steps, like rubbing her temples very harshly, looking out into the grass.
Alaric had found a moment of silence where instead of screaming and being belligerent, he had crossed his arms and started walking in a loop of resentment. When she asks, he pauses and turns to face her with one brow very aloft, so much so that it's threatening to fuse with his hairline, or so it seems from afar. Do you not see that I am upset? That she kicked me out rather than speak with me?
Trust me, I have been watching you pace here with a dramatic expression for the last hour, it feels. You are quite rude to her, Alec. What would you do if I... And she turns her, like, torso all the way around and kind of slaps her hand really hard onto the the tile here. What would you do if I came into a place where you worship this father, this chevalier of yours? And told you that you are wrong about the way you were doing it. Wrong about the things you said.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd do. We'd have a war of words. Discourse. We discuss things.
So you are wrong. You are never right about this. I am in your face with my rather large nose. And she points her finger to her nose.
He holds his nose.
And I am about, let's see. And she starts measuring with her hands, getting ridiculously far apart. Very much taller than you. I am bearing down on you in your place of safety and worship. Heresy to my own ears. You are wrong, Alaric Crovine. What would you do? After I have made myself a fool. She kind of like puts her hand like palmed over her nose to mimic the shape of it.
Alaric thumbs his nose, wiping off a string of sweat off of its like outcropping bridge. It is bent, pointing off a little sideways at both ends, so it looks incredibly crooked because it's been broken more than once. And now that she's brought it up, the main man in him has forgotten what he was upset about and remembered this disastrous thing he's got attached to his face, feeling it.
What would you do?
What? What would I do if...
Oh, quelle défolerette! She kind of just sinks down back into herself, like massaging the base of her ears.
My nose is fine. You have to make it about how I look.
You are here to make a difference. You are here for your family. And she's just like running her fingers down her face, like rubbing them down to calm herself down.
He motions towards her with a big open palm. Savine, she's speaking to herself now.
Actually, she's giving herself self-affirmations to keep from probably punching you in the throat.
She wouldn't
What's
reach
so
my throat.
easy in his height? You want to try? And she turns around to look up at him.
I'd prefer if you kept your hands to yourself.
Excuse me, I would like to go see a mirror real quick before we leave.
Sure. Go off, like everyone else. I will stay here as the only anchor to this ship. And she sinks down and lays backwards against the tile with her arms dramatically outward to the side.
I can tell you from experience that you weigh nothing. You'd make one awful anchor.
Kind of at that.
No, I would not. I would simply tie you to my feet and sink you in the water below me. You giant, great, ignorant. And then she sees Morana. She's like,
Well, if you're looking for a mirror, Sabine, she should be back inside the chapel by now.
Appreciate it. Silverel, I will just be a moment. Please just stay calm, or as calm as you can be with him.
Lady Lamordia, you're just in time to hear Siluril say that she wants to kill me.
It's just kind of a look from Alaric to Siluril, back and forth. Absolutely placid expression. Oh, I see. And she kind of skirts past the both of you.
strength. I seek strength. Would I was of some god. I seek strength. One of you pick me now, so that I may seek strength.
She's rhapsodizing to herself. I think she's delusional.
And I wouldn't say that out loud because if you do get picked, it sometimes gets a little stressful as she turns to go into the chapel.
Okay. Make your way on inside.
She walks slowly up.
You would see, pushing those large doors open, making your way into the central chamber. You would see the pews all set. That last bit of sunlight that's pushing its way through already beginning to fade, the stained glass losing its illumination. And you would see a mirror sat there, sat at the top of the stairs, has like a handkerchief, and she's like wiping at her eyes. And she doesn't even fully like acknowledge or even see that you're there.
Are you okay?
She immediately sort of like vigorously scrubs at her face. I'm all right. What can I do you for?
I was actually going to ask what I can help you with. I'm not a cleric of Palor, but I am a servant of Sariel. If there's any help you need around here while I'm in town, I'd be honored to help.
I'm the only steward. So if you wouldn't mind Coming back tomorrow and helping me tend to the graves?
I can do that. I can help him do that. Maybe you can help me with a little bit of learning and coin. I would appreciate that. But,
She goes from, oh, you're here to help me, to like, oh, you want to get paid.
no, learning. Like, learning.
Sure. What are you wanting to learn?
Well, when it came to my training, I was a little lenient on the religious aspects, so maybe a little bit on that would be greatly appreciated. But I can also help with healing and a few other things if need be. Maybe how to tend a sanctuary proper. The lessons would be great.
Sure. Are you staying somewhere? Are you asking for succor for a place to stay?
Oh, we're staying with Gerald, the mayor.
Oh. Mr. Olvain's a good man.
He's wonderful. Him and his wife are just amazing.
If you ever if you ever need a place to stay or for food or anything like that, stop on by.
I will. I would actually like to learn a little bit about Palor too, kinda widen my horizon, because they all work together, in effect. It's just, as with the affections, sometimes you favor more than one than the other, and she'd kind of get that grin on her face.
It was a very sort of weak smile. You can see where like the deep sort of like the stains are from her crying. Her eyes are red. And she gives a nod. Aye, but whenever you're not busy, stop on by. I'll figure out if there's anything I can help you learn or lend you any of our books so you have something to read while you're tending to the pews or lighting candles or anything like that.
I'd greatly appreciate it. And she's like, may I? And she's offering to wipe something off her face real quick.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. She brings up the handkerchief and sort of very vigorously trying to wipe any hint that she was crying off of her face.
With that not working, she'd offer her hand out to shake.
She sort of pauses for a moment before giving a nod and then outstretches her, albeit smaller hand than yours, but when she shakes it, there's a very firm, sort of dwarven grip that's there.
I'm gonna do the ASMR, like, tiny healing to kind of take the redness away from her eyes so she kind of looks a little bit better, since it's superficial damage.
Sure.
Vain, can't help it. She's like, okay, that's better.
The little surge of light that rushes up the length of her arm, you can see how it like sort of reflects beneath like her veins and the bone and tissue that's there all the way up through the rest of her body. And as it flares out for just a very subtle moment, that red in her eyes, the sort of ache that came with crying and everything already begins to fade. And she, oh. Sort of pulling her hand away. There's a little bit of hesitation there, like, what did you just do? Before sort of giving a very small nod. Thank you.
Remember to love thyself as well.
Aye. Is there anything else that you need?
No, it's just offering services so I can maybe learn a little bit. I'll be doing odd jobs around town and everything, but I wanted to offer to help you as well. I know that my colleague didn't particularly hit it off well with you at all.
You're talking about the big ape?
Correct. But I just wanted to make sure and put my best foot forward and offer my help.
That's very kind of you. I have some final chores that need doing before it gets too late. If you don't need anything immediately, just stop on by whenever tomorrow.
I will. Thank you.
Of course.
She'll give a little bit of a bow and thank you. I look forward to working with you, Mira.
And I with you.
And she walks out, kind of with a spring in her step.
All right. You make your way back out with the rest of with the other half of the party. Currently doing what?
Orlando's just kind of looking around, a little bored. Look up, see the sun setting. Pick a couple of like those flowering little weeds from whatever might be peeking through the cracks of the stone, and just kind of plucking them and tossing it into the wind idly. Just sort of waiting.
Silveril is flat on her back, her legs off of the steps down here, and her arms are just out to the side of her. She just looks up at the sky.
When Sabine would come out, she'd lean over Silveril like, "Hi."
Ah. What?
I just offered my services. If they were needed, I'll probably come back and help around here tomorrow. I'd like to learn how to take care of an appropriate sanctuary. It's something they didn't quite teach us.
Well, that's nice.
Well, is there anything else we need here? It's getting late.
Let's get back before it gets too dark.
Yes, that could be a problem.
You want me to go first?
You don't have to. I can see perfectly fine.
All right.
But I appreciate the offer. It's very kind of you.
Nice.
Smile.
Stop. Let's just get there.
And you're all ambushed. Roll initiative.
No.
Oh, you're the one with the fucked up face, are you?
Where's my hammer?
He fell on it.
Ah, yes, Baylor's Inquisition. They hurt you.
I currently have 11 AC. Wait, actually, he put on his armor. Never mind. Never mind. We're
I'm
fine.
defenseless.
Cadre of
vulnerable
dwarves descend
and
upon
naked.
you.
I could die now.
That's great because it would be the three that they want. So.
My brother in Christ, I thought we learned the lesson of Harvey.
Well.
I'm going to be straight with you. I have just come out of a traumatic experience. Don't fuck with me. And she just looks at them. Maybe, we could check you on another time.
You're in,
What
Kellen.
do you want to-
You know, it's been a while since I thought they were coming back. It's been like 3 days.
Hallery getting into an argument drove Silveril off the edge. That's hilarious.
Well, she really cares about these people, so she's like, I am with them. I am with Alec here. And he just got kicked out of the church. Fuck. I'm doomed. They're going to revolt. join the Wolfieldians.
Oh, the peasants will revolt. It's a very serious danger,
They're gonna-
Alaric.
They're gonna turn Rofield. No, those black maned fucks.
Oh my god!
Don't you just stop Alaric. This is serious.
This is it.
And he's like, I know, they disrespected me. And I'm like,
Off
are
with
you,
their heads.
I'm gonna turn this whole town lion lover.
God.
You all begin to make your way back from the Chapel of Palor back to
pain.
the Singing Tear.
How
And
long
as-
does that walk take?
Good question.
2 days.
I would say
This is
about
actually Hexman.
I would say about, given how large this place is, how sort of like spread out it is, and you're sort of at like the end, I would say it takes about like an hour, hour and a half of walking.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how many miles is it?
Yeah, that's country walking. You're there's a lot of
Country
open
walking.
field you're walking through.
Ooh, if we get ambushed, we're fucked. It's toasty mode. We're gonna get fucking turned to mulch. Who's gonna show up? Who's gonna make it in time?
Exactly.
Jason. No?
His name is Jay.
Friday.
That's right. Friday the 13th.
God,
All right, you all begin to make your way. It's about an hour, hour and a half of walking, depending on the pace. Right, I'd imagine you guys are running. Probably a more languid, sort of slower walk, right?
I wouldn't say, like, lollygagging around, but just walking.
Okay.
My opinion, anyway.
we're lollying.
If they're walking fast, Alaric is walking normal. If they're walking normally, Alaric is essentially dragging his feet.
Okay. So we'll say about an hour and a half. You guys would probably reach the Singing Tear by about 9 at night. And as you're walking through a lot of these farmsteads and everything like that, you would see the sort of distant lights peeking through open windows or partially closed ones. You would see people sort of gathering around tables for dinner and everything like that, or settling down to go to bed. Generally depending on the sort of size of the field, right? And you would see some people sort of making their way to their various homesteads, sort of just preparing for the evening and then preparing for the true start of dawn tomorrow, where they sort of begin preparing for everything that the rest of the year has in stock for them.
Just as a note, when it starts getting, like, dark, country dark,
Oh yeah,
Marana is going to take Sabine's arm.
it gets like pitch black pretty quick. Where there's only like faint distant lights. There's no street lights or anything, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's country
So-
dark. I know.
Yeah, eventually you guys will either have to light a lantern or a torch or what have you. Or else you're just fumbling through the countryside.
Well, there's a beaten path and we can see in the dark, so hopefully we're fine.
You see
Hey.
monochrome.
I know, but there's like a beaten path, so we would see that the ground is flattened and we'd all just have to follow it, right?
Not all of your party can see in the dark.
Unless we're going like this.
Who's the one that can't see in the dark? I'd
You.
say. That's why I said, actually, no, I do have dark vision, actually.
I know, but you've been pretending.
I know. That's why she takes the bean's arm as the guide, like she did in the caves.
Mm-hmm.
We should have brought a lantern.
No, we're fine. It's not too far from here.
Are you certain?
Well, all four of us came this way. Didn't take that long, did it?
If I realized how long it was going to take to get here and back. would have left earlier.
Lady Lamordia, if you're going to be afraid of a little darkness, then what are you doing tagging along with us?
Sabine would smile and she'd be like, she would ask Morana, "May I see one of your daggers real quick?"
Certainly. And she kind of, pantomiming, looking straight ahead, just kind of reaches for her at the side and pulls out a dagger.
Sabine would take it and she'd cast light on it and hand it back to her.
Oh! Well, that solves that little issue.
The darkness now is like instantly darker. With this source of light, that sort of like torch blindness that comes with it, that darkness
It's
is
so little
now
kind of flinches.
it's now like invasive.
We are now blinded? Well done.
Oh, well, my apologies for not wanting to walk in the dark.
It's okay.
If
As to
anything,
your question, Alaric, I'm afraid I have scant few options.
Right, you couldn't just take off. I suppose I understand that. But, as I intended to say, you blend in quite well with the darkness. For what's worth.
It's a curious head tilt at that, like she doesn't quite understand.
Oh, the clothes, you mean?
Sure. The clothes.
And she just kind of, whilst holding the dagger in one hand, just kind of smooths out her skirts.
Everybody roll
Well,
me a
given-
perception check.
Given that you have the light, why don't you lead? Perception.
Sorry, DM, was that everyone?
Everyone.
Everyone.
Why can't I find my perception skill?
As you all are walking, following this cart path, the uneven, partially even ground that's here, flanked on either side by tall grass, you can't help but feel this air of unease. And as you turn your attention upwards, you would watch as the stars that are there, brilliant, numerous stars, slowly become blackened and fade. You would hear a crack to your left as you're walking.
Anybody heard that?
There's a nod.
Alec's head on a swivel turns quickly in the crack's direction, and in an instinct he reaches out and takes Siluriel by the head and pulls her closer. It's a very clumsy thing.
What are you doing?
I heard something. Could be wolves.
So you thought to grab my head?
What? He
She's
looks down.
She's like pawing at him from like the front.
He lets go, but like suddenly, as though he hadn't even realized. Oh, sorry. Something. A crack. You heard it, Morana?
Morana nods emphatically at that.
Yes, I heard something too.
Let's walk faster, huh? Come on. Hurry up, hurry up.
You would hear it again. the snapping of a twig. And in this quiet that permeates, save for the rattling of those wearing armor, it almost seems all-encompassing, as if it's all around you, sourceless. And you would hear heavy breathing.
Alec, stop breathing like that.
Stop breathing.
I said stop breathing like that.
It's not Alaric, right? Yeah.
Your party certainly thinks it is.
Well, for the sake of it, he is breathing through his mouth in this moment of nervousness. And when Siluriel says that, he clasps his mouth shut quickly.
The breathing doesn't stop.
Alec,
It's not me.
you're freaking me out. Stop breathing like that.
I'm gonna throw up detect magic and start looking around real quick.
Your eyes flare, voicing whatever verbal component or somatic component is required for this. Your eyes flash this brilliant color, and you begin to scan around you. Save for the armaments that are on your friends, there's nothing except another snap, another crack.
Her hand as she's walking and trying to keep ushering everyone along is moving ever so closer to her rapier.
In this pattern of branches getting cracked and noises or what have you, would there be a chance to roll a animal handling or nature to suss out whether or not it's a creature, a beast?
Like trying to listen for what?
Just the rhythm of its steps, where it's moving, the direction it's from, specifically. See if there's an outline or anything.
Sure. Roll me a nature check.
Neat.
You have no fucking idea.
All right, it's the chupacabra. We're walking. We're walking.
And as you're walking, you can't help but notice, just out of the corner of your vision, shadows move.
It's the horseman. It's the horseman from the shrine come to kill us. Hurry. Hurry, come on. A little jog, ladies, please.
It could be a beast or something else.
Let me roll me perception again as you're walking.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say, we should, yeah.
Hmm?
Like, we should keep moving.
I figured you guys are still walking.
Yeah, it's like, we're walking, and we're power walking.
Siluro?
Did it not go?
No. Do it again.
Oh, there they go. 3.
8. You all would hear this. What's almost this grotesque sounding noise. It reverberates. This almost anguished sound. It sounds like a creature screaming. and it sounds all around you.
See, I told you, it was just a creature.
Who's
Stop
that? A creature.
freaking out.
What it killed was a creature. Could be the horseman.
Ugh.
Perhaps it killed its own horse. Found a new one.
Oh my god, can we just keep walking?
We're not going to go to the source. What are we, cowards? Alaric is still walking as he says this, by the way.
In this moment, yes, we are cowards. We do not have all of our tools at our disposal right now.
Just at
Keep
the
walking.
edge, just at the edge of the light, something rushes past that you can't see.
Oh no.
Yeah, hands on the rapier. Instantaneously.
Alaric will try to follow the blur of movement with his gaze and end up stupidly tying his legs together, nearly tripping, as he takes a hold of his hammer by its neck.
Damn.
What was that?
Yes, hello.
Could one use prestidigitation to make a sound?
What are you trying to do?
I'm just asking if it's possible.
It should specify what
It says a
prestige.
harmless sensory effect. I don't know if that could mean like a sound.
I think it could make a sound.
Yeah, it says it
Not
makes
like super
faint,
loud.
Yeah, it makes faint musical noises. It's not loud. Thaumaturgy is what you're thinking of, but it can make like a chime of bells and stuff.
A whistle, maybe.
So not a sound of my own choosing.
It would be if you were choosing. It isn't loud.
I will try something. Just keep walking. And she would mumble and move like her fingers to her mouth, and almost like the same position a shepherd would make to make a very loud whistle, but instead comes out this low, like territorial sound of a dragon. It would be something she would have heard before.
I don't think you can make that with Presti though.
It says harmless sensory effect.
But a dragon sound?
It's not like it's actually doing anything. It's just a sound. It's not like a bardic crash or anything. It's literally just a sound. If not, it's fine. Just comment. If you want to do anything.
What are you attempting to do with this sound? What's your hope that comes from this?
Make whatever is out there afraid of the party.
Roll me an intimidation check. That wailing sound, that sound of anguish, only becomes more guttural. Echoing now. Following you.
If it is willing to fight a dragon, it can certainly fight us.
You begin to hear approaching footfalls. Distant at first, but growing rapid. Heavy. Thunderous even. Getting closer. And closer. What are you all doing?
I am dragging Marana by her arm.
I do
No, I
believe
do have
we're...
light.
Okay.
You either need to get back to the chapel or back to the tier. We need to make that decision now.
Which way are the footfalls coming from?
All around you.
Well, we must have seen this farmhouse on our way here, so we'd know that it's closer. Alaric will begin running out this way.
So we'll just call out to the darkness. You know, who is there?
You're standing your ground.
So not everybody's coming then.
She's walking with them. Oh my god. She's walking with them. She's just calling out to the darkness.
Who's running the fastest?
Well, Miranda's being dragged by Sabine, so whatever Sabine pace is going.
Silver would be behind all of them.
Alaric would keep to the pace of Silveril. Kind of trying to egg her
So-
to hurry.
Probably Sabine first, then,
Okay.
if I had to hazard a guess.
Mm-hmm.
Getting closer and closer as you all are running. And it's keeping pace. It's gaining on you. This stampede that's
You are
barreling down on you now. The darkness becoming this encroaching force that seems to block all vision save for the light. Alaric, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, I'm great at those.
With a thunderous slam, you are sent forward and then toppling, crashing into the ground with a heavy reverberating thud as something slams into your back.
How muddy is the floor?
It's not that muddy.
All right.
But as you slam, sort of bouncing there, do any of you turn around?
Yes.
Well,
I would
he's
have looked
in front
behind me.
of me, so I would stop and
Standing more so over him now. Large, imposing, broad shoulders. Forward, curling horns of a ram.
Got him.
It stands
It is-
there for a moment, bleeding loudly.
Is it on top of Alaric like he's a rock that he just
Absolutely.
conquered? He's got this flabbergasted look as he stares up at its overhanging little ram beard.
Silverill's face instantly goes like eyes narrow, placid.
You would watch as it's chewing this long stalk of plant, probably a flower that it managed to rip from somebody's garden. Just chewing it idly. Hooves pressed on Alaric's back for a moment. And then you would watch as it looks down at him, rears back onto its back legs, and then slams its head like horns back down into him, as if to keep him on the ground.
Oh!
Is it asserting its dominance?
I'm thinking Celia is punishing him.
Oh!
That
No!
or, that or Paylor.
Trust me.
You blasted thing!
Couple moments later, you would see that there's other light. A young man, probably no older than early 20s. This sort of, these thick, like sort of mutton chops that hang on either side of his face with long hair that's pulled back into this sort of longer ponytail. He's wearing sort of darker clothing, but it's a similar clothing to like those of those getting ready to go to bed. And he has a lantern in his hand, and he's like, "Oh, there you are. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
You're sorry.
Is this one of the ones that I danced with?
The goat, yeah.
Roll me a roll me a D100.
I'm sorry. I imagine that Alaric's armor was dented by this.
You have chainmail on, right?
Yes.
Hey, you're fine. Your back hurts though. Yeah, this is absolutely one of the young men. He already looks very embarrassed that he's out here having to wrangle this ram, and is sort of like trying to pull it away despite its protests, its bleeding. And sort of,
Careful.
I'm just gonna
I'm
give
so
him,
sorry. Gonna give him what?
I'm gonna give him the biggest smile and be like, "Oh, hi."
Hi. Hello again.
Can you tell him to do that again? And she kind of like points between the sheep or the ram and Alric.
No.
Oh.
What? No.
You want Baron to do that again?
Oh,
Okay,
please.
okay, has a name. Hi, Baron.
Is it an option?
I mean, he sort of does it on his, and as he's saying that, Baron rears back and slams back down into Alaric's back again.
This causes Silveril to actually.
I'm so sorry. He's real ornery. He doesn't really like tall people. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And you see him sort of like getting rope and now beginning to sort of lasso it around him and sort of begin to try and pull Baron off.
Cyril's just laughing her ass off at him.
Alaric will help.
Oh.
Pulling the ram back. There's this final sort of as if like satisfied sort of bleat from Baron, who if a ram would give Alaric the like fingers pointing to eyes, fingers pointing to you type deal.
That's a perfect picture. Hold on.
Alaric will stand up with a. Oh, my back. My back.
I'm so sorry. He likes to escape his pen at night and sort of roam through the countryside, sort of looking for challenges. He's real different. I'm real sorry. My deepest apologies. I don't know what got into him.
Arm curled around the torso, holding his back. Eyes squinting up to the sky. Alaric doesn't answer right away. What was your name again?
His name was Baron.
I would like to use speak with animals.
Sure.
You are going to regret this decision.
What are you, yeah, I mean, immediately you would get hit with the, "Aye, that'll teach you. Walking around the way you are."
As
Nice.
the ram rants on, Alaric holds out his hammer towards Morana, who's the closest. Hold my hammer, my lady. And he begins to remove the straps of his chainmail.
Why, you're afraid I'll knock it off you, you little pansy? Is that what you're afraid of?
I am also somehow holding Alaric's hammer.
You hold it and the head immediately slams into the ground.
The chainmail comes off, then the shirt comes off, and there's only sweat and bruises and hair as it turns around and looks down at this ram. Actually, how big is it?
It's fucking huge.
It's
So
huge.
that was sort of the other problem, is that it doesn't look like other rams. This thing almost looks like it's like a dire ram.
Okay. You fashioned yourself some kind of coward? Striking from behind, do you?
Who you calling coward, boy?
Calling you coward with your horns at my back.
He's,
Here's my neck.
he's
And I
already
look at the shepherd,
rearing back.
yeah. Looking at the shepherd, it's like, yeah.
He's different too.
Yeah, really different.
Is he yelling at Baron?
Yes.
I'm real sorry, friend. You don't gotta yell at him like that. It'd only make him angrier.
At this point, everybody else has been bloated out. And across Alric's features, there's this incredibly hostile glare. It's contour one of rage. His teeth are bared, his lips are curled, his jaw is clenched, and the muscles across his body, they're incredibly tense. Every gesture he now makes is wild and sudden. So he's communicating with the Rom, not just in words that you can understand, but also gestures, which is part of the spell.
It's sort of retaliating, sort of throwing its head up, slamming its front hooves into the earth, sort of digging these deep trenches as it sort of pulls it back. You keep challenging it as you keep yelling at Baron?
If you're half the ram you think you are, break free and try again, now that I see you. Alaric will get ready. He'll plant out a foot, lean forward his torso, kind of anchoring himself there, arms splayed out.
He, immediately, he's goaded into it immediately, and he's going to, pulling back. The young man holding on to him is immediately has to like let go of the cord or else it'll rip open his hands, right? As Baron charges you. This will be contested athletics.
All right.
Baron rolls with a +5 to his athletics.
Oh, nice.
That's a thick ass goat.
Let's see your roll, son.
Uh-oh. Ooh.
It is this clash, this slam of the horns into your like solar plexus, into your abdomen, and sort of catching onto him. It's going to be another check.
Okay.
Finally, our battle will be legendary. Uh-oh.
It is this slam into your abdomen of which you're holding him now, beginning to push back. It's 1-for-1. This will be the final check.
You see Alaric's hands at its sides, pulling, trying to hang onto anything, but he is purposefully avoiding its horns, right? It's meant to be fair.
All you would hear the entire time, "You wee pansy!" just screaming at you the entire time.
Like you're not pants if you saw it.
I'm looking at one.
All a while.
Exactly. Just very loud, bleeding, screaming. Of which, Alaric, how do you beat Baron?
You'd all see as they're shoving into each other, this brutal embrace of the ram, clasping its hooves against the dirt, throwing up chunks and patches, trying to get Alaric to cave. He's being pushed back, and his feet are dragging along this trail of dirt, and when it looks as though he's just about to break, about to lose his footing, he braces both palms together, interlocked under Baron, and lifts him up from the ground and throws him over his head and onto its back.
What are you
Just
doing?
behind-
The farmer is freaking the fuck out.
So, oh my god. Can you not?
Oh my god, Baron, what are you
RKO out of
doing?
me.
He RKO'd the ram.
What are you doing to my ram?
I'm done.
Have you had enough? Have you? I am Alaric, and I am here.
We know!
He's talking to the ram.
The young man
William.
looks fucking mortified as Baron lays there on the ground, unmoving.
I'm gonna walk and heal Baron.
That's where we're going to take a 15-minute break.
They shouldn't be hurt.
Oh my god, my ram is broken.
I know what's wrong.
What's
There ain't no gas in it.
Look at you walking around.
We'll meet back in 15 minutes.
Oh my god. You can do this, Silverel. Make a good impression on the people. Also, Alaric.
I think his speech would have been
Exists.
half common, half bleating, by the way. I don't think it'd be all... Yeah, so it's even weirder still.
Alaric just merely exists, and she's like, I hate my dad.
Stress levels. Bing.
Why?
You blackguard.
What have I done to
Like
him?
immediately pops the stress ball in her hand. Well, that certainly occurred.
Hey.
Yeah. Now I have a ram phantom. Oh no.
And so the mighty Baron falls
Oh my god.
upon the feet of
I
Elion's tear.
want to take athletics again, and I'm just going to summon a fucking ram next time with Whales of the Dead.
Look at you standing there, the ghost says. Before it charges.
You namby-pamby adventurer, you ain't nothing more than that!
Except it only attacks Alaric, so I have to figure
Yep.
out.
That's the one problem. Every time you use it, that sneak attack damage immediately goes to Alaric.
You!
Like, ooh, I didn't think that would happen. Well,
Oh man, imagine though if Ghost Tane and Ghost Goat became friends. And they both looked at Alaric like, Alaric!
like you.
Orana slowly just collects people who hate Alaric.
He gets suplexed by Hane, and as his body's partially sticking out of the ground, Baron slams into his abdomen.
Pins him.
Yeah, no. Like, Hane, like, picks him up, has his arms about him, and then just, like, the goat just right into the stomach. Just,
The goat slams him to the ground. Hane pile drives him.
That's a perfect representation of what Silero posted.
yeah.
I'm fucking
With, like-
goat from that Alfie. From Alfie. Yep. I was like, this is happening in front of me. This is
Can't
real. I can't unsee it. Why?
They said.
Bah.
Why? Why?
Great. He's made an enemy of Black Phillip. This is gonna go well.
I don't understand.
Like, it begins just walking off.
Why?
God, sheep are stupid. I love them.
Suplex City, baby. There you are.
Wow. What, do you think I can't spell Baron?
Yes.
This bitch is like, yo, go spell Sahagin, but Baron, I got you, homie. fucking Charizard, where he just turns around and starts murdering its own party.
Suplex City, baby!
Now imagine if we...
Taking Alex to Ram Ranch.
Oh no.
That's a different campaign.
That's the
No, same campaign.
coming the fall.
Da-da-da-da. Now we need to gamble a D100 when Alaric uses it, just to gamble if Baron can be summoned in battle for a small amount of time.
I'm hoping, really hoping, like, after suplexing the Ram's like, I love you.
You're my
And then-
brother.
I'd go to the ends of hell for you. And then it becomes his familiar, the Ram.
That's why he didn't grab its horns, because usually when rams fight like that, they touch each other's horns. Alaric's massive pectorals were meant to be the horns. You know, he's an ape, after all. Half elf, half ape. And
What are you looking at, bipedal?
that's what animals understand.
Filthy bipedal.
You know,
I
I
was
was
like-
having...
What?
Go ahead.
Go on.
I was saying that I was having this thought the other day that, you know how Kellen and Alaric both share the fact that they have proficiencies in nature, survival, and animal handling, right? I thought that from Kellen's perspective, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, he knows how to handle animals from experience and seeing others handling them, and he's sort of in tune with their behavior and stuff. But Alaric, he's on a more spiritual side, aware of animals. And when it comes
Yep.
to survival, it's also meant to be like a kind of tribal mysticism sort of attunement that he has with nature. He's more on the spiritual side, not the technical side, whereas Kellen is more technical. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's some like spiritual attunement to nature, just being a ranger and all, but still, I see what you're saying. Kellen would probably be out of experience for sure.
See, Alaric has none. He's just familiarized with it at an intrinsic level. Like in a matter to matter sort of way, like it just makes sense to him. But that in itself could be a flaw. Kellen may see things that he could never understand, a pattern that he would never see.
Who knows?
I think he's gonna see patterns in his fucking abs after wrestling this shit. We're gonna see a lot of speckles and splotches of bruises. Oh, and Miranda stabs you.
What? No, I'm just testing some things.
What the hell?
All right, roll sneak attack.
I used a knife.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm
Ooh,
just making sure I roll
Like to
properly.
use my reaction? Fucking slam.
You're next.
Oh my god, the ram has a fucking token.
Correct.
Of course it does.
Nice. Sorry, I was just making sure my offhand dagger worked properly after I finagled with it.
I don't see the token.
It's in CTF docs.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love him. Holy shit, I love him.
Bro, it's literally just a figure of a generic ram. Big horns.
Nope, it's him.
I love him. You can't even see his face. It's a top-down model. I love him.
This one's actually probably more apt.
Oh.
Oh,
And this
He's
is-
big.
This is it compared to a normal goat.
goat. The big B.
Large boy.
Oh my god, that's a ram straight out of World of Warcraft. That's a dwarf mount right there.
Gets back up. I didn't hear no bell.
Spits blood.
I can do this all day.
At this
a
point-
fucking mouthful of grass.
At that point, we just start walking. Like, no.
You hit me in the stomach, but I've got 2 more.
I'll remember this. As you're walking away. I'll remember this until the day you die.
I don't think Rams live that long.
And when they put you in the ground, it'll be me that did it. You remember my name.
He's gonna be burying you like you buried Hane. The cycle.
Getting absolutely Gallaghered.
Became a paladin of vengeance.
Oh no.
Becomes immortal.
Oh.
Again, I'm still reminded of a campaign where we awakened a dog, and then that dog gained fighter levels.
Where's the swarm of diorams?
Oh god.
Well, the ram baron gets up after Alec leaves and then just bleats out. That's a grudging.
It's a rampage.
Another one for the Blamazgron.
Yep. You just couldn't resist the little Friday the 13th little spook.
Absolutely.
You just couldn't help it.
I was like, man, they're walking alone at night?
1 hour walk in the country. They're talking about how dark it is. Ooh.
I couldn't help myself. I was like, how horrifying do I want it to be? I could make it like a mountain lion, which like when they scream, it sounds like a woman getting murdered. Right?
I was almost expecting you to be like, you know what? They're taking too long. The terror comes to them.
Just get fucking clapped out in the middle of nowhere.
I think it, like us running, is what made it charge.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it was just following you around. And then you started running and it's like, oh, this motherfucker? This one right here?
This one's running, huh?
Think you're bigger than me, do ya?
Couldn't help it, officer. They were aggressively retreating.
A coward, are we?
He's got 3 hoof holes in his back.
It's either he fixed your back problem or now you have a back problem.
Let me have a look at that spider disc.
Alan, the D1000 is for political changes in the world.
Isn't that neat?
So, as the players are here, the world is still moving. And the politics of the world are still in play. So just recently, one of the baronies of Rofield has been turned to the Ettenmoor. So Rofield has lost land.
Wonka.
It's pretty pog.
How long has it been since like any of the barons lost land like that?
It's been a while. The last one to
sounds like-
turn was Lord Torsten's.
Hmm.
So it's been at play for a while.
Was that Torsten's land that changed?
No.
Oh.
No, it was that final sort of curl in the bay.
Yeah. Wonka.
Indeed. Ludenberg is Torsten's land, which has turned. Stafford is the one that just turned.
How the fuck am I supposed to know where Ludenberg is or
Ludenberg.
Stauffenberg or Luden, go fuck yourself.
All right.
Ludenberging it down. I don't give a shit.
You should.
All right.
Why?
Because I said so.
Oh, okay. I'm railroading you to care now.
You played this campaign, you care now. Is everybody back?
I never
Indeed.
left.
I'm
I am.
here.
So,
You-
Kellen.
In Diesel.
Silver getting a drink. She drinking some gamer subs?
Do you want one?
No,
Why not?
I don't like gamer subs.
Would you like a drink that comes with a straw?
No.
All right.
What about curly straw?
Ooh, you got me.
Let's go.
Oh, hey, actually.
I
What?
got you your OJ.
No, all the straws in this house are curly. Don't laugh.
Silver.
What about a silly straw?
Probably dealing with Wyatt and
I mean, she's petting Wyatt.
I mean, yes.
Love Wyatt.
Super lazy.
Love me some Wyatt.
Oh, but love Wyatt. That dog's a pretty good boy.
He's the goodest boy.
I got a new schnauzer. I didn't expect to get the new schnauzer. It just appeared. I was
Your
like,
brother
"Who the
just
fuck are
buy a
you?"
dog?
No. My brother's SO is looking after a dog for a
Hmm.
friend.
I
But
love
it
the
was-
idea of going upstairs and being like, who the fuck are you?
It literally was like, I think I'm gonna go get a drink, and then I went upstairs and there's this fucking schnauzer running at me like, what the fuck? Who are you?
Just swing on it.
I'm like, is there like a guest over? And I'm looking around. There's no one. Literally no one's around. It's
How the
just three
fuck you
dogs in a
get in my
kitchen.
house?
Just three dogs in a kitchen, and I can't go outside. Everyone's outside in the back, but if I open the door, all the dogs are gonna freak out. So I'm just stuck. I'm pinned. Brother, I am pinned here. This little puppy schnauzer's coming at me. Willow's freaking out because there's another dog that's getting attention and it's not her, so she's jumping up even more than usual, even though she's the biggest. God, she freaks out. You give any other dog attention, she just flips.
I beg you.
She's like jumping up, trying to get on the counter, like, love me.
That's
I'm right
Zora
here. Please. The gods.
Show the room. You lied to me.
It was scary too, because her grandparents have two schnauzers, so my first reaction was, oh shit, it's the in-laws.
Oh no.
Fuck.
Grandma, are you here?
Grandmama-in-law?
grandmother?
Momo! Jesus. What are you
My-
doing?
My brother in Christ. You're in the same house.
Do you want me to check?
Yes.
Why are you yelling in Discord when you live with him? Speaking of Friday the 13th, I think the makers of the Friday the 13th game made a new game since their licensing got revoked on the Jason game. They made like a Shaun of the Dead styled game, which is basically Friday the 13th, but with Shaun of the Dead and everyone has guns. And it looks
Friends,
really fun.
I return with news.
Oh boy.
I'm afraid they're no good.
What?
The answer was wait.
Oh,
So-
no.
So wait, you impatient bastards. You wait now.
Why do I
Yeah,
give
that's
time
really-
limits?
That was really it.
just fucking come back whenever you're ready.
I like the idea of a time limit, though.
I return.
What'd you do?
I feed the dogs.
A likely story.
Which took twice as long because Wyatt is big. Don't likely story me, boy.
Likely story.
I will kick your.
I like stories.
The young man looks absolutely mortified seeing Baron strewn out in the middle of the night, having just got suplexed by this fucking stranger.
Laurel will run to the back of Alaric. Place her hands on his back. Alaric, stop.
I will go to Baron and pop 5 points of healing into the poor ram.
As soon as Sabine approaches, there is Alaric's arm outstretched, sort of bidding her to wait as he looks down at the ram, waiting.
Alaric, stop. And she kind of pushes against his back.
After a moment, Baron moves.
5 points of healing into the poor ram. Become conscious again.
Hold on. After a moment, Baron moves, pushing himself up until he's finally upright. He would slowly turn to look back at you with those strange horizontal pupils. You win this one, Peepsqueak. Begins to turn and leave.
Right, I sure did, didn't I? To my surprise, you goats are good for something more than cheese.
The young man, holding both sides of his face, horror stricken across it.
I am so sorry.
I am so sorry.
I just.
What are you two apologizing for? It attacked me twice.
And you suplexed it?
I was
Why?
defending myself because I can, young man. We're going to hold it by a rope. At least hold on tight.
If you need anything as recompense, we will be at the inn, homed by the mayor. Celery will turn and leave.
The young man is absolutely dumbstruck. He has no idea what to say to
Well,
any of you.
well, Sabine stops and she gives him a kiss on the cheek. I'm so sorry. Hopefully see you later.
While he's addressing this fellow with the whiskers, not the whiskers, sorry, the chops, Alaric is, without realizing, Jojo posing. He's got a hand to his waist, he's got a foot held out, his shoulders are abreast, but he's got a bit of a backward slouch, right? Like he's rested, and he's covered in grime and sweat. That ram of yours, does it make trouble, usually?
No, he just he's generally pretty quiet during the day. It's generally just at night when he goes escaping out, and we find him fighting like horses and
Horses.
other like cows and stuff like that.
Never men before, or have you had incidents?
Oh, I mean, he's fought a couple of the hands before, but like nothing like that, like what you just did. Baron, are you okay? And Baron's already wandering back into the darkness.
No, don't look, Tavarim. He can't help you now. Listen, you're talking to me. I like to visit this ram again. Where was it you live?
Mister, I'm gonna be real honest with you. I don't think it's wise you see Baron again.
I'll go ask the ram. You'll tell me. I'd rather hear it from you, no? Have your permission. It is your home.
I mean, good day. And he immediately starts running after Baron.
Wow. My guy closed dialogue and ran.
All right. Alaric just looks incredulous, like he can't understand why he is upset by anything that happened. It just doesn't process in his mind. And he'll lean down and try to pick on any sort of trail the ram could have left behind, fur or anything that allow him to track it again.
Jeez.
Yes.
Oh.
Roll me investigation.
Yay.
We're never getting out of Elion's chair.
We're here
Yep.
forever, lads.
A little tuft of fur that you pulled out while holding the sides stuck between your fingers. Should be simple enough.
He holds it up to his nostrils, takes a good whiff, and frowns to himself as he pokes it conspiratoriously into his leggings, one of the pockets. Now he turns to going upright again with a, "Ugh, who has my hammer?"
And it just kind of like lets it go.
Like, just lets it drop on the ground?
The head is already on the floor. So she just kind of like, it just teeters back onto the ground. Just like, she backs away from it.
He looks from Morana to the ground, to Morana again. Very rude. He leans down to take the hammer by the neck.
Perhaps
then-
you should have gotten Stiller to hold it.
She already walked away, right?
She's a good like 15 feet, 20 feet away.
Should have you've noticed, Lady Lamordia, but she and I, we don't really get along.
I haven't the slightest clue as to why.
And with that, she kind of also begins,
Right?
looks over to Sabine. And then looks to where Stillaril's walking.
Sabine will just be shaking her head, and she'll look at Alaric and shake her head again, and then follow after Siluril.
With the dagger of light in hand,
Indeed.
she'll follow after Sabine.
You are...
It's like-
Continue.
It's like 10 minutes to put on armor, no?
to don heavy armor?
Yes.
Yes.
So they leave him in the dark, in the middle of nowhere, literally. That's fine. He will put on his armor. And eventually make it back to the town by himself.
You aren't harried the rest of the way. It's very quiet. Although there's still that sort of prevailing sense of like that darkness that's still there. The stars have been blocked out. There's no moon out tonight. After about an hour, hour and a half, with one of your compatriots showing up late, you eventually all make it back to the singing tier.
I'm waiting for Kellen and Yaria to be like, oh, what you doing? Nothing. Alaric suplex Graham.
I'm sure by now we're done moving barrels and making wine.
Yeah, you've had plenty. Like that was maybe like a 30, 45-minute chore. You've had the rest of the night.
Oh, good. In that case, Yuria would have stolen the baths while waiting.
I think Kellen would have been finished with his bath by then and is probably on the front porch, petting cats and just watching the evening. He's a quick scrub, don't worry.
Well, I mean, with an hour of time, I think we could both
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
take a bath.
Hour and a half.
Yeah.
Where would the party find you? Inside the singing tier?
Front porch for Kellen.
Probably like, yeah, also on the front porch, just sitting here in one of the seats, sort of hand on cheek, slumped off, helmet on the table as night falls. Her eyes accustomed to the dim light.
Actually, that's a perfect spot for Kellen already. Nice.
Oh, I put you there. You said the cat.
Yeah. Just petting the cat while he chills out on the porch and just watches the night. When greeting people as they come in, as the party comes in.
Yep, you see Yuri there, just dozing.
Is that where your guys' tokens are going to be?
I don't know where you're at. Why did mine move? Sorry. There we go.
Yes.
I was gonna say, if we're just walking up on it, then we'd probably be a little bit back here.
Sure.
Once near the inn, you'll see Marana sheathe the dagger, thus extinguishing the light, since there seems to be light coming from this mean tier at this point.
Good to see you two have had time to relax.
Well, we did some chores and thereabouts. I moved some barrels and you got a course in winemaking.
Well, not really making.
Wine bottling. Already had a bath and now I'm just watching the evening, thinking and such. Well, how was your trip to the chapel?
There's kind of a moment as Marana tries to figure out.
Eventful.
Silver will walk past the two and ever placid expression that she normally wears as she just walks in.
Yuria, mouth open to speak, as Cyril just passes by. Oh. Well, she looks to the others.
How did things go? You took your time. Was the information extraordinarily fruitful? Her eyes landing on Sabine.
It's what I needed to hear, but Alaric got into a wee bit of a conflict, so we had to take our time.
You can see you're searching for a man who is very much not present. Did you leave him in that complication?
We left him after that complication. He needs a moment to think about what he's done.
I'm sure he'll be more than willing to regale you.
You just left him? Is he injured?
No, quite prideful, in fact.
You can see
Yes.
her brows knit along with her lips. Right, well. Her eyes glanced to Kellen. We should probably talk about what needs to be done tomorrow. What everyone's plans are.
Well, we already know that you are going to the tower, correct?
Yes, tomorrow morning I will be seeing Duskbrand again.
You might want to think about getting some sleep soon, then. It's going to be early for you. Usually, when wizards say morning, they mean dawn or before.
How much do you know about wizards?
Enough to not piss them off.
You can see her nod. That's fair. Well, I am hoping Alaric survives whatever you did with him. If not, let me know. I'm sure we can find a large
Sure, the
individual.
only thing injured was his ego. And even then, I'm not entirely certain.
Oh, I don't think his ego is injured at all. I'm quite sure he's very proud of himself.
Marana kind of thinks about it for a moment, gives kind of a short nod.
You love being vague, don't you?
She looks at Yuria and she's like, all right, I will stop with the niceties. Alaric, after being challenged by a ram, proceeded to remove his armor and his shirt and take the ram's challenge, man to beast, picking the ram up and slamming it into the ground to the point where we thought he may have killed it, frightening the poor farm boy, screaming at the ram the entire time.
Yes, he was shouting and wrestling farm animals.
Her eyes widen. There's this surprise, which then you can see a smile and then a bit of a stifled giggle. I'm sorry. You left him out in the woods or in the town, because he wrestled a ram?
And then he proceeded to also interrogate the ram's owner.
Well,
Did I miss anything?
Well, there was the incident at the chapel.
Oh, yes, and he also angered the local clergy.
oh, well, that's easy enough to do. She doesn't seem particularly bothered by any of what you're saying.
Kellen is just fingers have gone to the bridge of his nose and squeezed it between the first knuckle of his index finger and thumb, just like.
I think this marks 10 minutes, right?
They're about.
Sure.
Ah! I'm sorry.
Oh.
Did you want to defend yourself?
I love it.
Well, I imagine y'all see a silhouette approaching from the distance.
Indeed. Yuria rises, steps to the edge of the platform. Pale eyes, reflecting dim light. Well, the man of the hour. Broad grin.
As Alaric comes into view, slightly slouched, looking tired, but powerfully so, he growls and brings his fists together. The muscle under the armor making it swell before he loosens the limbs again. I am tired. If you have any questions, and he motions loosely at Savine and Morana before stepping through.
Oh, I can imagine you fought men, beasts, and gods, she says as he walks through.
He takes that step on the way in, but stops just below the sill, the door sill, and turns back to look at Juria. You say the gods?
From my understanding,
No.
you
Says about the dwarf.
her head tilts slightly. Well, you fought a clergy, yes? Is that the dwarf, I'm assuming?
He looks vehemently towards Morana and Savine. You've already tattled?
We were
Oh.
trying to be vague and they kept on pressing, so we just let them know exactly what happened.
Well, it's not like your vague remarks were particularly encouraging. It's more like snide comments about his character, to be honest.
More like snide comments because you wrestled a ram! And she raises her voice at him.
Why would I ever expect a blabbermouth like you to ever hold a secret? He looks back to Juria. The ram challenged me, and I took its challenge. That is it.
You don't have to justify yourself to me. They're rams. As long as you didn't kill it and get ourselves kicked out of Elion's tier, I don't really care. To be
Good.
blunt.
Someone has some sense in this group. And he
Siluro,
looks scathingly towards Sabine.
you would hear a very subtle creak of a floorboard, followed by multiple steps.
Sabine's looking at him, almost ready to point her finger like a mother.
Silverl is sitting on the bench with her face buried in her hands next to the cat.
You have one of the mancoons sort of pawing at your thigh. The other one with its stomach laid bare for the heavens to see on its back.
Pet me.
Behold. You may approach.
Continue.
Alaric, you wrestled a ram and proceeded to interrogate its owner.
Alaric's face twitches, jaw muscles working as he frowns hard towards Savine. That is what you saw? That is it? That is what you took off of all of that?
As soon as Guinevere comes into view, Yuria's sort of amusement sobers.
You're being awfully loud. And though it may be a day of rest, there are still people who are trying to sleep at normal times. Your screaming, I'm afraid, might be prone to waking them up. Please. inside. She holds the door open.
Elric, girl.
Yuria curtsies and then enters.
Marana had taken a seat and was beginning to kind of stress ball pet the cat, but upon being instructed to follow inside, gets right back up, potentially taking the cat if it lets her.
Yeah, it's one of the ones that just doesn't care. So as you pick it up, it just sort of sort of slumps in your hands.
It's just like, this is happening. So yeah, she will grab the cat and head inside.
Right.
I will. This inn is so dark, I can't see anything in here.
Sabine follows in.
Human prompt.
Stop being human, Lamo.
XD.
Yeah.
Just get an invocation.
Just get a patron or something, God.
Yeah,
Loser.
exactly.
Closing the door. She very gently brushes her hands together. Okay. This is what's going to happen for my own sanity. Gerald is not here tonight. He'll be returning in the morning. As such, you will all be going to bed. Clean yourself up if you need to with the baths. But I'd prefer, ever so kindly, if you would refrain from yelling, screaming, jumping, throwing things, what have you. At least until the morning. Just for tonight. Please.
Is she momming us?
What do you think?
Yes.
You would also roll me an insight check,
Who? Everyone?
if you'd like to.
Sure, why not? Let's give it a roll. Nope.
For a woman that keeps herself very composed, there is some modicum of stress to the way that she's sort of holding herself. More than likely easily explained that she doesn't like being alone without her husband.
Sabine would kind of tilt her head, reading her body language. Can I make you a cup of tea?
I'm quite all right, my dear. I'm going to ensure that you won't get up to your room. And then I'm going to sleep. You may take the cats with you if you so desire. Just understand that about an hour into being in your room, they'll eventually meow and want out.
Continuing to stress ball pet the cat.
Could I pour some water before I go?
If you're going to take your baths, please do so.
No, drinking in the kitchen.
Yes, you may. I will be upstairs if you need me. And if I find any of you down here within the next hour, I will tan your hide.
You won't, miss. Thank you. Thank you.
At that comment, Yuria's jaw clenches. She does not say anything, however, to the one giving the room and board, but there's clear irritation on her face at the patronizing motherliness.
Giving a glance to everybody. She gives a nod, saying that none of you are objecting. Then begins to make her way upstairs.
Going to set the cat on a chair by the hearth.
It just loafs the moment you put it down, sort of setting it down, and it just sort of flops over onto its side. These very lazy purrs.
Give it one last scritch under the chin before leaving.
Well, if we're all being sent to bed, I'm not particularly tired yet, so I'll probably just read something in my room. The door will be open if anyone needs me.
So you are all aware. My current plan is to go to the tower to meet with Duskbrand. He has agreed to give me a letter of recommendation to a colleague of his, as well as Kellen and Morana.
That
Yes.
was more for the benefit of you both, but I won't say no.
She looks to the others. I don't know exactly what your plans are, but after I'm done at the tower, I plan on seeing these Kingsmen.
Just you?
Well, Kellen obviously will bring me, and I was going to bring up the subject that it might be nice if the rest of you were perhaps not present at first, but around in case things don't go as planned.
Freshly arrived to the edge of the table, mug in hand. Alari's got this thoughtful look as he works his jaw. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I am no good at hiding.
My suggestion is that you, Siluril, and Sabine remain a decent ways away, with Morana being the one who remains in the shadows and can relay information to you.
Things begin to turn sour. Conversation or what have you.
Yes.
Hmm.
I plan on being frank with them, to be honest. I don't plan on hiding our involvement with the unicorn. I don't think it would be very productive to try to make a fuss. As soon as they see your faces, they will know whatever lie I make is, well, just that.
What a hoot. Tell me, you mean to go to their camp?
That is the plan.
I'm not sure we can storm their camp. Don't think we can. Don't think we're strong enough. Don't have the numbers even.
Well,
I don't believe it will come to blows anyway.
But this conversation is to prepare in the event that it does. And if it's their camp, I don't imagine there's much we can do other than die a glorious death.
I would hope you'd be able to rescue me.
Yuria dear, I like you, but I've been dodging those glorious deaths quite a long time.
It's my understanding that these Kingsmen are quite prolific. I mean, we've met. There's been 2 occasions now when we've met them. It would be unfortunate if we wanted to go after this caravan and we met them a 4th time. Especially if we were ambushed by them. Hopefully, we can talk to them and prevent that from happening.
I understand. Kellen said so. You want to clear the air.
Indeed.
I want you to be safe.
I
How?
appreciate that.
How do we
Well,
accomplish that?
I have my own abilities that allow me to obscure the scene, shall we say. I'm sure you've noticed when we fought the Morlocks. That should keep me safe from their arrows if things start turning ugly. at least give me breathing room. You can be there as backup in case they catch me. This is the best I have, unless you want to arm the entire town, of course, to match their numbers. The alternative, of course, is that we ambush them and obliterate them, wipe them off the map so they do not become a problem to us in the future.
We already told Geralt. I imagine he's made some arrangements.
Gerald is reassuring that they will be peaceful as long as we are.
Oh, yes, Geralt seems to have heard of these folk before. Apparently they are referred to as the... What was it, Kellen?
I believe their nickname was the Gentleman Bandits.
Of course.
That is a terrible name. Gentlemen bandits?
I didn't make it up, so...
Well, not accusing you of anything, Kellen. I'm
I'm
accusing Geralt.
I think it's Rosewood, wherever
Yeah.
that is.
west of here. Far west of here.
If you have a better idea, of course. I'm
Well-
all ears.
I like the notion that we clear the air, we speak to these men, we let them understand that we want nothing to do with these men and that we'd like to move on. And all ends well. I like it. But how do we go through with it? Without it feeling, snagging at my neck, like you might be in danger, you and Kellen.
Well, there's no way to approach and open relations with them without us exposing ourselves. I mean, that's the nature of diplomacy, unfortunately.
With bandits, it is.
Yeah. I don't believe that, despite their moniker, that they really are the normal kind of bandits. I'm fairly certain that we'll be able to reach an accord easily enough.
Well, Yuria, there you have it. Stake your life on his word, and I believe we'll all go and wait.
There's a thin smile.
Well, you all have been putting your lives in my hands since we left Haynes Keep. How much hard could this be?
Geralt reassures me.
I'll try not to be offended.
Did you tell him about the unicorn and what happened?
Yeah, I told him everything.
So he understands that there's some kind of belligerence between them and us.
I explained the entire situation, yes.
And he still reassures you?
He does. He said the best course of action is to confront them and get it out of the way so it's not at our back. It'll be much easier to handle them this way than if they happen to hunt us down on the road, and then it just sounds like we're making excuses at that point.
They're bandits. Well, if they're not as bandit as you think they are, then they must be something needing a soldier of fortune. If this is to work, you're going to need gold. Come on, gold that I have not seen?
I agree, and yes, actually, though obviously we don't have it yet. The merchant caravans are our solution. The materials can go to Elion's tier. Whatever money is found on the caravan we can give to the Kingsmen as recompense for the unicorn.
If that is the way the negotiations go, of course.
No. See, you're not mentioning something here that is very apparent to all of us. He begins to wag a finger in the air. There is a reason those bandits have not gone for that caravan by themselves. What do you think that is?
Why would they be interested in it?
Gold. As it be if you were to get it and give it to them.
My notion is more along the lines of that they don't really care about it that much. If it was some cultist caravan, I think they would have been all over it.
They did raid a cultist. Oh, no, wait, sorry, you didn't tell me about that.
Yeah, I did. He mentioned it.
You told us about how they raided a cultist caravan?
Yeah, that they made their fortune plundering off cultist caravans and other like groups, bad groups going through the wilderness.
Oh. Well, alright. Did they not raid a cultist caravan already?
That's what they said.
All right. Alaric holds up both of his hands, showing each palm as though he's surrendering the topic. Make it a mood subject then. This is beginning to sound to me like a fairy tale, but I'm willing to see it through to its end.
Yeah, I think the best thing we can do is just try not to overcomplicate it.
Well, Alric, you should see this as fortuitous. This time we're bartering with actual men of Tyros. Instead of, you know. She smiles.
He gives her a knowing look, but it is a troubled one. That is what worries me.
She sobers. Ah,
He'll take his mug and turn, heading to his room.
I don't suppose anybody else has any questions or concerns?
Not particularly.
Just let me know where I need to be.
Yeah, you can come with us, or you can attempt to shadow us if you wish. Just didn't get too close. They have a dragon dog thing that was
This-
able to sniff me out quite handily.
Uria's brows raise. You didn't mention the dragon dog.
Well, it wasn't particularly important at the time, just only if you're trying to sneak up on them.
Or run away.
Well, again, only time that would happen is if we failed majestically at handling ourselves. You don't strike me as somebody who fails majestically at the art of negotiation.
Negotiation's a two-way street, Kellen. I can't always make them agree with me. Sometimes they just want to kill you.
Well, I think you'll do fine. They know me already. They've already come to an understanding of sorts. They just need someone other than my word to explain the situation of the unicorn, really. It's not going to be that difficult. I think you'll find that this is right up your alley. If Morana
Fine.
wishes to come with us to get some exposure and see these men up close, then, well, I would welcome the third opinion and perhaps the backup if, in the inevitably bad situation that can come up, does happen. I know she can guard our backs just as well.
Uria's jaw works in thought. If they kill me, you're going to get a visit from my father.
Keep role playing. I'll be right back.
If they kill you, I will do my best to avenge you.
You'll be dead right next to me.
Yes, well, I'll have a very limited window to accomplish my task, won't I? I don't think it'll be a problem. I'd be more worried about you haunting me, really. Do you haunt people? You wouldn't do that, would you?
You think me some witch?
No. More of a
Very convincing.
just a vengeful woman who might do such a thing if given the opportunity. And that is not an insult.
It isn't.
No, I wouldn't wish to cross you. Not just because I don't want to be haunted, but I imagine that you have had enemies in the past, and that those enemies did not make it very far.
No, I've never had enemies. My father has. And you're right. But, you know, the thing about being an heir is generally the enemies are going after the leader.
I'm sure you helped out with that problem a few times. Welcome back.
What? Sure. Well,
is certainly a lot to accomplish.
Hmm.
Well, we'll only get so far talking about it, so I suggest those of you who are tired or have early morning engagements get some rest before Guinevere comes down and paddles the lot of us.
Before, quickly, does anyone else have any plans for tomorrow that we should be aware about?
Yes, I know I'm going to go help in the morning at the chapel.
I see.
Sounds like you both have early morning engagements then.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Who is anyone else joining either myself or Sabine?
No, I believe that magical lessons are quite beyond me, so I shan't probably trouble or bother you. I will probably stay here. Morana, what?
I may join Sabine after acquiring my letter.
Yuria quietly nods. Right. And then we all meet here and go talk to some lovely gents in the woods.
Mid-afternoon?
That'll work.
Well, I believe he said the lessons would be 4 hours, correct? So, when the sun is at its zenith, as soon as that happens, we'll meet back here and handle the situation, and then, with any luck, be on our way to find these missing caravans so this town can have its supplies.
Indeed. Well, it sounds like everything's settled, then.
Indeed.
I'm going to go attempt to sleep.
Godspeed.
She curtsies and heads off towards the beds.
Is there anything else anybody is doing tonight?
Well, I was saying, Kelvin was just going to say that, as I said, I'm not quite tired yet, so I will be awake for a while yet if anyone needs anything.
You're going to get your ass beat.
Yeah, well, he's going to quietly do it so that he doesn't get paddling.
Alaric will bathe very briskly and then go to sleep.
Well, come back to me. Is Philorel doing anything?
Silril is sitting here, and will remain here. And probably the last to go up.
Okay. In that case,
Probably
Marana
eventually petting the cat.
aggressively pets the cat.
Sabine will just go up and get ready for bed.
But after she'll get ready for bed, kind of lay down, wait until it seems Sabine is well and duly out, and then kinda creep off and see if Callan's still awake.
He is.
So at some point, there's gonna be a knock at his door. Or the door frame.
Yeah, he's sitting on the bed, reading by candlelight, some book he found in the inn somewhere. Oh. Morana, hello.
Good, wow, you weren't kidding, you couldn't sleep.
It's a common problem in this business.
She kind of tiptoes over to the door, like fully in the frame.
Do you mind if I...
She
No.
points to a spare chair.
Please. I could do with a little bit of company before I attempt to sleep. So.
She kind of smiles and steps in. Very, very carefully pulls open the chair to make sure it doesn't slide across the floor too loudly.
I just wanted to see how you were after the visit to the tower. You seem, well, you haven't been all here, if I'm honest.
I suppose I haven't really learned to keep that kind of thing to myself. At least not very well. I
Kind
had
of
it
shakes her
all.
head. No.
He laughs regardless, and the little scars on the side of his lip or whatever pulling up when he smirks at her. I never had a need before recently. I had it all planned out, you could say. At least I thought. I had it all figured out. And even though the Dustbrander shows me that it's apparently not anything major, it still weighs on me. I feel I don't want to.
Different?
Yes, and weighed down. I feel like there's something more that I should be doing.
Some way that you maybe should be?
Yes.
She gives him a little bit of a smile that kind of pulls at the edges of her lips.
I understand. Completely. Though,
Blinks at her and then looks up and then kind of looks like abashed, like, of course. I'm sorry, here I am, whining about myself, and you have your own concerns.
well, mine are nothing new. Yours are more like a sudden revelation. So I wanted to make sure that, I guess just to see how you were handling it. Mine I've known almost all my life. But it's kind of hard to say how people will think of you now. How you might think of yourself.
I'm still working on that part. I imagine it will be a long time before I have it figured out.
Maybe.
Is this an alright time to perhaps ask you, since it seems perhaps we have some common ground, if not the same, of course.
Her brows kind of knit for a moment, and she kind of, you can tell you've struck a bit of a nerve that kind of sets her on edge.
He's
She
not
kind of
saying that they're
glances
the
around.
same. He's saying that they're common, just not the same at all. Sorry,
Oh yeah.
that
No,
wording
I
was
understand.
weird. I don't wish to
She
press.
kind of,
I just worry about you, is all.
yeah, she kind of twists at the hem of her nightshirt a bit.
Well, let me start with this. At least yours is a happy revelation.
And yet I'm really saddened by it, in a way. But continue.
Being in
Somewhat of a,
heir to a grand legacy of man, that must certainly mean something. If not now, then perhaps down the line. Maybe the more you understand and the more Mr. Duskbrand's colleague has to say about it.
Maybe. Are you saying yours is quite the opposite, then?
she again twists the hem for a moment before sitting straight and flattening herself out and standing. She looks at the door.
Do you mind if I...
He looks between her and the door and then nods at her, like, please. Oh, hold
She
on.
goes,
Like, he'll actually get up so she doesn't have to and do it. Sorry. That's the manners thing to do. Well, he closes the door so she doesn't have to stand because he is polite boy. And he, looking at the bed and looking at her, he crosses his ankles and then folds down so he's sitting on the floor. Not exactly in front of her, but he just looks at her like, sorry, old habit. Chairs and beds, unusual.
there's kind of a brow that kind of quirks. Like, what in the world are you doing? As she sits back down. It's kind of funny. Because to her, he looks almost like a child waiting for a story.
Maybe.
Right, well... Not sure how to begin.
Whatever you're most comfortable.
Where I'm from, Malgrove, it is constantly assailed by creatures from the Grimwald. Some of which I feel if I told stories of to anyone else, they would scarce believe me. Though I've seen them, or at least the corpses, impaled upon the gates. But some of these creatures have means of afflicting others with their traits, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly.
She kind of grasps tightly at her shirt for a moment, wringing it over in her hands again and again to the point where she almost might run it threadbare at this rate.
Do you know what a vampire is, Kellen?
I'm going to make the assumption that he's probably heard of it, at least. Unless the DM says otherwise.
One more time.
Would Kelena know what a vampire is?
I mean, use your imperfect knowledge. You tell me.
Sure. That's kind of what I was going with. Well, I've read stories, obviously, and heard news from the Grey Watch in the northern reaches. They speak of it as, I wouldn't say mythological, of course. They are adamant that they are real. They just seem less common in the south, so I take the knowledge as the real, and I've never encountered them myself.
Say that you don't. They are very real and very terrible creatures. As I've been told, it was many years ago when there was an onslaught of them against Malgrove. Some had even breached the gates and made their way into the city proper. Yet, when my father remembers it, it was a bloodbath. But it also meant something more for him. My mother allegedly stood up to one of those creatures and nearly died. They said when they found her, she was, well, she should have died, and she should have come back as one of them. At least the way I hear it. But instead, my presence took on the vampire's curse, at least in part.
And just watches her with his eyes are just not judgmental or squinting, just kind of listening politely.
That said, I bear some of the characteristics of those monsters. I am what's known as Dampier.
And this legacy has troubled you since as long as you could remember, hasn't it?
I was born this way. Oh. Guess the earliest indicators, at least in my mind, was rather childish. But it became harder to ignore as I came of age. That said, I'm not a danger to you or anyone else. I don't possess the abilities to do some of those things those creatures can. I just... And you kind of find her stumbling as if desperate to clutch to something to reassure Kellen.
As she's stumbling overwards, his hand comes up and like rests on one or both of hers that are wringing her shirt. Orana, you're still yourself. I don't fear you, and I'm not here to judge you. Are you worried that I see you as some kind of monster now?
Everyone else does.
I only see you.
That catches her off guard, mouth agape for a moment.
Yes, well, you can see now why my father sent me so far from home.
And he is lesser for it.
Glad that you two share the same sentiment. Can't have a monster in a house of monster hunters, can we?
On the contrary, I think that you would be quite the asset. I don't believe that you are a monster, and I don't think there's much that you could do to convince me that that's the case.
Gods, I hope that turns out to be true.
I am, if nothing, if not stupidly honest, as my mother always tells me.
I like stupidly honest. It's refreshing where I'm from.
I just don't have time for deception, really, and I haven't. So, don't fear. And if you wish me to not speak of it to anyone else, then I will keep it between us until you're ready.
Please.
But I appreciate you telling me.
Thank you. It's not only for myself that I have to keep myself as non-existent as possible. I am my family's secret and their shame.
Well, I would hope that you have no shame being here amongst us. If nothing else, I would like you to be yourself as much as possible.
Soon, maybe. Who
Well,
knows?
maybe. But all I can tell you is that you have nothing to fear from me.
She kind of just stares at him for a long moment. It eventually dawns on her that she is, in fact, staring and, in fact, trying to keep her composure from the kind of glossiness that takes to her eyes. Until eventually she kind of breaks away, staring at the floor. Um, well, yes, I suppose what I meant to say is just you have something good here, Kellen. And I think you, out of everyone, can live up to whatever expectations you think it means now. Even if it doesn't mean anything at all. I'm glad it was a good thing for you.
He nods slowly, having been letting her stare at that point without saying anything. Well, I won't pretend that the gravity is the same for both of us. That would be presumptuous and rude. But if I may offer my final opinion on it, I think you have something good as well. And when you find out what it means for you, I'll be there to share in that glory with you. I hope, anyway.
As she kind of sits there, hands in her laps, there's the slightest of sniffles that escape her before she deeply inhales, more for the effect of it than an actual necessity.
Um, well, I, I, um, I should, I should maybe get out of your room.
She kind of realizes that she is in this man's room with the door closed, in her nightgown, or night clothes rather. And it's at this moment there's almost a bit of color in her face.
I should really just,
And she stands up and kind of begins more clumsily pushing the chair back to the desk, not nearly as quietly this time.
He'll stand kind of in the same fashion that he sat down, where he just sort of pushes up with his legs and unfolds himself. And he steps to the door and opens it, and like, a crack and everything, and then steps aside so she can and go if she wishes and everything. Like he's not stopping her, basically. As you wish. If you ever need anything, or just to talk, please don't hesitate.
He kind of looks and gives a rather exuberant nod, and there's just kind of a moment where her body just is a little bit tense, almost kind of withholding something and mastering it. She goes back to give him a placid nod and a smile, an actual smile, not the sort of thin-lipped, thin-lined ones that she has maintained meticulously thus far.
Good night, Kellen, and thank you.
Thank you.
And it's at this rate, you see them, not just the nibblers at the bottom of her mouth, but the
Full
fangs.
Full fangy. He smiles back, and even though he sees them, he doesn't really cast like a judgmental look on it. He just nods, understanding, that it was probably a pretty big step for her to come and do all this.
And looking about, she looks to the left, looks to the right, and sneaks off back to her room.
He'll watch her leave until she rounds the corner and then closes the door.
Do you try and sneak in, or are you not quiet?
Oh, sneaking in.
That's a perception check.
Because Sabine's watching the door.
She made it. Well, yeah, she's gonna sneak in. Just like you unlock the door, you push it open a little bit.
Nah.
Slowly.
And where were you at this time of night, young lady?
I had to go, Sabine.
You know I'm just screwing with you. It's none of my business.
Well, it certainly was mine.
And she just kind of like throws herself in bed and the covers over.
I was just giving you a little bit of a tease. Now I'm going to say my nightly emissions to my God and go to bed.
Yes, good. Sounds like a plan.
Did you get a kiss from a boy? Did you sneak off with that orc?
Brother.
What's Sabine's unarmored unarmored AC?
13.
Some shit's about to get thrown.
Yeah, no, the pillow absolutely gets thrown at you. Wham!
Sabine starts cackling a little bit.
Back into the bed, or back into the bed sheets, and turns.
She would toss the pillow back nicely.
She just kind of like lets it sit on top of her head as she faces the wall. And eventually goes to sleep.
Well, if you actually like the boy, make sure you let him know you're thinking of him randomly. Like stop by and make him lunch or something.
Yes, thank you very much, Sabine. Your information is, your advice is priceless. Thank you. I would like to sleep now.
Mm-hmm. She's saying her little prayers, and all of a sudden you hear
Just tightens the pillow around her head. And
Is there Anything else you all would like to do tonight?
Laugh.
What are you doing?
That's
Snoring.
What
That's
are you
the
doing?
sweetest snore I've ever heard, brother. Holy fuck.
Yes. Also, you talking about snores, huh?
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
Want to have that conversation?
No. What are you all doing tonight? Is this it?
That sounds like
That's
it's
it, DM. I'm pretty sure
I got
that's
my
it.
bucket around in. I'm happy. Thank you. Good night.
Indeed.
Celeral, what are you doing?
Nothing. She'll come upstairs and go to bed. Sure.
She slams through 4 walls.
Yeah.
Just
I'm the juggernaut.
Okay. Then I would like a D100 from everybody, please.
for what?
For me.
For you? Is it your birthday?
Is this private roll or no? I guess out in the open. All right, cool, neat.
My friends see my rolls.
Okay. Okay. Duly noted. Eventually, the night passes with no issue. Those rays of sunlight you often expect to wake you up do not. Already you can hear it as you're waking up early in the morning. That low crack of thunder, the rumble that's there. There's a storm brewing.
On
Give me
account that
one
Alaric.
moment.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I can just keep the same and adjust the darkness level.
DM, are we dead yet?
No,
Is this heaven?
but you all are eventually waking up. What are you all doing early in the morning? Who's sleeping in, who's not?
not. Waking up.
I'm up. I love the sound of rain. Let's go.
Yeah.
Silverill's probably rested looking out the window, leaning against it.
Sabine would wake up and get ready, go downstairs and see if Guinevere needs any help with breakfast. Hoping to learn off of her.
You all are up before Guinevere.
Then I'll kind of prep the kitchen for her.
Okay.
Yoria would take her time readying herself. She would pull out the blade in its usual fashion. Bring it to the windowsill, fingers tapping along the transparent blade. An ominous day.
Ian?
Yes.
What is the normal state of their doorway when they're awake and up in the morning?
There's generally a marker that's on the door. It is a little diamond like four-pointed diamond symbol that has a red or green on it. And green generally denotes when they're out. Red generally denotes when they're in their room. And if you were to go inspect, you would find that red diamond.
It's the don't go into our room diamond.
Oh, so that means that they're in their room.
So we'll dress in her rather casual attire and go knock on the door.
Okay. How loud? What type of knock you knocking with?
It's just a gentle knock.
Okay.
Knock.
You demanding
why-
or you being gentle?
Gentle.
All right.
Gentle like.
There's a moment where eventually you hear stirring and soft murmuring that's met with a chuckle. And opening the door, dressed almost super casually, is Gerald.
Oh,
Oh, hello.
Sort of peeling the door back. Oh, hey, Celery, what can I do you for? Good morning to you.
Good morning. I was just wanting to check on your wife. I did not know you would be awake or here so early today.
Well, we made it back early in the night. I made my way on in. Come on in.
She kind of goes,
You heard him.
are you sure?
Oh, you want to check on her, don't you?
And the like tips of her ears kind of like twitch a bit. Merely because she was alone. Not that she could not do her self-service or anything.
You would hear. It's fine, dear. I'm decent.
That is not what I meant. And she just like hangs her head and walks beside Gerald inside.
Looking into this very nice room. This sort of like well-kept like bedroom where you would see the sort of partitions that are here that separate, sort of giving cover for their own private bath that they have, the hearth that's burning, the large spread out like animal fur that lines the ground, and then the numerous bookshelves that sort of hang through this place, along with the number of trophies that hang in here. You would see not only are there like animal trophies, there are... Roll me a history check.
Okay. I don't do the book smart remembering.
It's more so the significance of some of these. But given that you're rather embarrassed walking in, some of them are lost on you, or you're just simply not looking around. And she sort of sitting up, dressed in this very nice sort of evening gown. I appreciate your concern, my dear. How are you doing this morning?
I will not lie, I prefer the shine of the sun.
Of that I agree. It appears that the weather is finally working through its final steps. I imagine, and by the end of dawn, we'll probably return to our normal sunny sky.
Did you make it back alright and deliver the bones without trouble?
No issue at all. Met with Merrick and Nargro, and had a nice conversation. I mean, as nice as you can have with a giant. He sort of grins wide. But you shouldn't have any issues or worry. We buried the bones, and you and yours are taken care of.
Oh, we are indeed so. Your kindness here has been quite extravagant.
He sort of stepping out so that way he's more fully in the room, sort of gives that same grin to Guinevere, who has a very soft smile. She shakes her head. Aye, extravagant? Of course it's been. If you didn't come in speaking giant, I'd probably still charge you. But you and yours have been good folk.
I am glad. It is not too often that I, recently have gotten to speak in such a tongue. And she speaks in giant the whole sentence.
Replying, he gives a very curious tilt of his head. Do they not speak it all the way up there in the capital?
Do they?
They do, but it's not like a point of pride. Like, it's just something that the High Lord family would learn. But it's not generally something that's spoken openly. In fact, even the sort of use of other languages in the court is generally frowned upon if you're not speaking common. Because the High Lord is human.
Well, my father is not... He prefers to have most of the languages spoken around to be able to be understood by all parties present. It is not but for in our own teachings and private halls do it speak such language.
That's a right pity.
Of course, it did not stop me and my sister from whispering behind our father's back insult.
Aye. Whispering in giant, though, that's a feat right there, lass.
She would whisper in giant, and it's much like there's like very large like mouth movements that she exaggerates each syllable with these very large like giantesque movements of her like chin and head. It was rather hard most of the time, but it made each of us laugh.
Aye. Reminded me of my sister when she would used to try to whisper behind my father's back. Big ears on him. He heard everything.
Being, well, the only one of my family to have large ears, I can understand.
He grins even wider.
Yes, all of my siblings and my father are human in their own right, so having these, and she kind of gestures upwards at their magnificence as if they were
Glorious.
different.
Having those, your little tiny ears, is that what you're talking about?
Itty bitty.
Yes.
No bigger than my thumb. He sort of lifts a hand, this giant thumb that he has.
Well, perhaps your thumb is small.
Aye, that's probably right. I'm the runt of my family, I am.
You are a runt at this height. And she kind of looks, she like peers around to Guinevere and like questions.
You should see his older brother.
What, bro?
DM, has Silver ever seen an actual giant?
Ooh.
We saw one. They were fighting.
Oh yeah, you saw 2 of them actually.
Yeah, on the ship.
Oh,
They were
right,
beating
right,
the
right.
shit out of each other.
They were.
I
They
didn't
weren't
know if
like.
those were like. I thought those were titans or something.
They might as
Titan
well have been.
giants.
Yeah.
Like titan giants.
But no, you met a sea giant and a storm giant.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I have seen giants very close and in person. Hopefully, they are not as large as those giants I have seen.
You wouldn't want to meet my father then.
She kind of like touch at her chin and looks back to him.
He's a fire giant.
We saw some. No, never mind. She kind of shakes her head and closes her eyes.
He raises a brow.
Without getting too personal, she can't help herself, but she like raises her head back up. What was your muscle?
Ah, there it is.
She was a half giant.
I see.
She wore a belt that gave her fire resistance. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Belt stays on.
And she kind of holds up her hands.
I believe she drank some tonics as well.
Oh, shit.
Improvise, adapt,
I am
overcome.
This very sort of
Impressive lineage you earned, yeah.
teasing grin on his face. I just. Or maybe I'm not.
She wasn't, I have to. No, never mind. I just merely wanted to check in on you, Lady Guinevere. Know that you cannot handle yourself, but as a notion, I suppose. But I see you are very comfortable and safe.
That's very kind of you, my dear.
Is there anything you would ask of me this day?
Not today, no. If there are any chores that need to be done, I expect you and your compatriots will be kind enough to help us.
If they are not already doing them, I'm sure they are quite glad to do so. Some of them. She like raises a brow, looking kind of downward a bit.
Guinevere has a very soft smile on her face. But of course, please try your best to stay dry. And I would ask that if you're able, do not track any water inside.
No water, stay dry. This seems simple enough for even a large elf ear like me to understand. She grins, looking over at Gerald.
You keep saying that word. They're this big.
Well, if I was the size of you, they would be quite large. She kind of puts her hands on her hips underneath her ridiculously large shirt.
Oh, yeah, maybe they would be.
Or would they?
Go on. Get yourself dressed and cleaned for the morning. We'll be downstairs to prepare breakfast if you and your folks want it. If not, I've got some stuff that needs doing today. So I have some business.
Of course. Should you need any of us, merely ask.
I will be.
She turns and She turns and bows to Guinevere and then to Gerald, and will make her way out with like her chin and forefinger on her, or her thumb and her forefinger on her chin, and just going, after. Does this mean that you? I wonder if it was difficult. And she just goes, no, miss, no, c'est différent. She just mumbles as she walks away.
Good God.
All right. Who's doing what this morning?
How wet is it outside?
It's a light drizzle.
Oh, that's fine.
You imagine that if you were to stand out after about 30 minutes, you'd probably get soaked.
Gotcha.
But a brisk walk through it, you'll be fine.
How likely is it to do a brisk walk up all the way to Duskbrand's Tower? How
You might be a little out of breath when you get there.
sprinting.
All right. Who's going to Mr. Duskbrand's tower?
I need to get my letter, so yes.
Okay. That's Marana.
I mean,
She's she's a little bit of a late sleeper, so she skips the bath for right now. Her hair is a little bit wild because she was sleeping with a pillow on her head all night. But yeah, she'll go with Yuria.
Okay.
Did Duskbrand offer the letter to Kellen too? I don't actually recall that.
There was never a letter offered to Kellen. He just offered to tell him more.
About like his lineage and stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Because he's the one studying the Arharani. He doesn't have like another compatriot who's studying them.
Gotcha. Well, if that's the case, I'll go to the tower. The letter threw me off there, sorry.
Yeah, the letter is for Yuria and for Marana.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. So. All right, perfect. Yeah, but I'll still go, just to, if he imparts any more knowledge, it'll be good to know.
Yeah, bro, lay off.
Before Kellen and them would motion to leave, Toro would have caught Kellen downstairs. Kellen. Could I ask you a favor?
Anything you need, Sildar, what's up?
You can see a little twitch of her right ear as she leans closer to him. Could you possibly ask? You are going to the tower, yes?
Yes. Duskbrand was going to explain some things, I think, so. Why? Do you need something from him?
I want to stay here to be available should Geralt or Guinevere need anyone here. If you could, in part, ask the wizard, Mr. Duskbrand, if he has any books on how to speak the tongues of dragons. If you could acquire one, I would be grateful. If he's willing to part with such a thing, I would also like to extend the possibility of purchasing it somehow.
I'll ask about it. Was that all? You seem a little... Don't know. You seem like that wallet worries you somewhat.
The what?
You just seemed like you were perhaps a little worried about asking.
No, it is... It is nothing. I am just apprehensive, you could say. Fall asleep.
I see. Well, I will definitely ask him.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if you're okay, then I will leave you to it.
She would return to the bench by the fire to accost cats.
The sort of you would realize there's sort of like a cycle where early in the morning till about midday there are no cats, and then suddenly, as if directly at the afternoon strike of the clock, the 3 Mancoons descend upon the singing tier.
And then instead, she will return to the bench and look over her lute, checking its strings and stuff.
Okay.
Just kind of sitting crisscrossed, legged on the bench, just waiting for movement to return to the inn.
Yeah.
Is anyone else staying in the inn, or is it just us?
Just you guys for now. There were supposed to be merchants.
Easy.
Yeah, there were supposed to be people for the Yuletide Festival, for the Bright Festival, and then some days after, someday into, or a couple days after dawn, or into dawn, they were supposed to leave. So, but you guys showed up, and there's nobody else who's occupying it currently. Or no outsiders currently occupying it. What you would know, however, is that the moment Gerald and Guinevere are up, fully dressed, cleaned up and everything like that, and they start setting down the chairs and sort of lighting the hearth and everything like that, the moment that it shows that they are fully active and open is when people start showing up for, like, breakfast.
Or she would have most definitely helped.
Perfect.
Set anything up. The moment they came downstairs, it's almost like... It's very odd. It can kind of be told, right? Their intuition as much older adults that, maybe Silverl didn't have the best home life. She seems very eager for praise.
I mean, Sabine's already in the kitchen, like, lighting fires, getting things, like, pre-warmed and everything like that, so it's a little bit less work.
Yeah, but you're not Gerald! And you're not Guinevere! So she wouldn't help you.
Damn.
She doesn't expect your help.
Damn.
She's helping Guinevere, not you.
And I don't even think she knew you were in there.
Where'd you come from?
Oh.
What the fuck?
So with
Alright,
Sabine
now.
and Siluro staying behind to help Guinevere and Gerald prepare for the morning rush, because there are a lot of people that show up for their breakfast. It's like I said, imagine a Cracker Barrel. Like there's the upstairs where people stay, and then there are the downstairs where people come in and they have like their morning breakfast and brunches. They play like checkers or chess out in the out on the porch.
It's fucking Cracker Barrel.
Oh my god.
But it's good food.
Oh, well, then it's not
And I
Cracker
imagine
Barrel.
after the day of rest, there are a lot of people.
Yes, a lot
Want
of
to cook
people.
for themselves? Yeah.
You had me until you said good food.
The cat snuck into his room again and he's yelling at him.
Who is going to Mr. Duskbrown's tower?
Me.
Obviously.
Kellen, Yuria, and Rona.
What's Alaric doing? Alaric, you coming along?
Coming along, buddy.
Yeah, I think he would have woken up by now. And on account that he has nothing else to do, would tag along.
Going on walkies in the rain.
You can all just stand underneath Alaric. Just like stand on
That's
whatever,
why we
like
invited
the
him.
opposite end of the rain.
Why
Like
did
a
we...
clock, you turn with like the stills are on his body as we circumvent the sun.
He's
Yeah.
holding the hammer like an umbrella.
It's like that, what's that fucking meme or whatever where the guy's like out standing in front of the... It's like during a hurricane holding the American flag or something like that. It's like it's Florida, like
Again,
God.
it's aside from the thunderstorm, it's very light rain.
That's hilarious.
It's not a hurricane, it's a light drizzle.
But why not?
Still, I imagine he is like my neighbor Totoro.
Yeah, but like, Shillier, why isn't this a hurricane? It could be worse.
Alaric's like, what is this? What is this? You're
I
not going to
challenge the
actually
rain!
Yeah.
Why isn't it?
I challenge
a
you,
cat fight.
nature. You can't fuck to me.
This isn't
Are
going
you
to
speaking to me, Shillier?
Throw
Jesus
down, bitch.
any small
Gets
nature
struck by
phenomenon
lightning.
is speaking to Alaric.
It's like Shelly's like, spreads it arm wide. Bring it on, Shellyer, you punk ass bitch. Fucking chicken McNuthin. It just gets hit by lightning.
I need from Sabine and from Celero, I would like some dexterity checks, please. We're gonna find out how good you are at kneading bread.
Oh, baby.
Make that bread.
While the rest of you make your way to Mr. Duskbrand's
Oh
tower.
my god, it's bread.
You both are insane at making bread.
Holy shit.
Wow.
They're in there, fucking all sweat, no shirts on, just slamming bread with their fists.
Wow.
You know
like
that
fucking Forge Masters.
there's like that weird bread baking anime manga. We're like just going ham on it like that.
Okay.
Holy
You
shit.
psychopaths.
Yeah, fucking
This is-
sorry.
This is us, just in tandem.
You guys are, much to the surprise of Guinevere and Gerald, you guys are very good at following instructions and very good at making bread. Which you guys would be making bacon bread currently.
Make it
Bacon bread, make it bacon bread.
With the rest of you walking through the light rain.
The torrential downpour.
I will
Right,
make
the
it torrential
torrential
downpour.
downpour.
I will make it a fucking hurricane. Think I won't.
Captain!
Do it. I'm not out there.
Alright.
Do it.
Yeah,
We're
go ahead.
walking. We're walking.
You guys
She's
make
going
it
on.
after a brisk walk, all four of you, to Mr. Duskbrand's tower. You would see that the few windows that there are already sort of illuminated. There's lights and movement through within it. All in all, right now, you would pin it at about like 6:37.
Nice. Getting there, Yuri would be in like long, sort of active strides, finding energy in the what some might consider the dreary morning showers. She would be standing proud in her silver gorgig, the rain pooling and pouring over the metal. It reminds her of home. No. I forgot we could move that.
Yes, you guys are in charge of that token.
Right.
You all find yourself now stood at the base of Mr. Duskbrand's tower here. The white stone with the sort of blue bricked top. The winds sort of carrying and whipping the banners that are atop it. And just before any of you go to knock, the door is opened. And you would see Finn, who has in his hand a sort of bucket. And he sort of pauses. Hello. Good morning.
Morning, Finn. She eyes the bucket and refrains from making a remark about family heritage.
I fucking dare you.
Just Finn punches out both of Yuri's snaps.
End up just like Alaric, I dare you.
No, different character.
Are you here to see Mr. Duskbrand?
I am. She does bend over. You know, like in the memes, like how not to talk to a short person.
Yeah.
Like she does that. She hands on knees. I believe he and I have lessons this morning, and I brought the entourage as usual.
His shoulders sort of perk up. Oh, you're here for the tutoring.
Oh, yes. The tutoring.
He
It's a
sets-
root and good time.
He sets the bucket down very excitedly. Well, come in.
She steps inside.
And he sort of waddles back in very happily. Arms sort of at his sides. A very exaggerated walk. And you would find that this bottom floor is changed again. It almost resembles like a schoolroom. There are like 3 desks, a number of chairs, the sort of like teacher desk with this blackboard that's there. And you would see Mr. Duskbrand already in the process of like writing down something on the chalkboard. But Mr. Duskbrand, they're here. Very good, Finn. Thank you very much. Please, come in. Take your seats.
Yuria curtsies and eyeing the seats. There's a sort of a purse to her lips again. This common theme of seems in Elion's tier of being treated as a child with Guinevere and Geralt, and now this sort of classroom of sorts.
In truth, this tutoring is more so meant for Finn. But I have prepared chairs and tables for you, for those that wish to partake as well.
Right. The basics, you said.
Indeed, to gauge rather your capabilities already. We'll go over some minor equations, ask you a number of questions, and then go from there to figure out just where you stand. Before we do such things, however, Lady Lamodia, and for yourself, Lady Zairi. He holds out 2 letters.
Approaches and takes one.
Marana will take whichever one she's instructed to or given.
You would see on your character sheet your sealed letters.
I unseal it immediately.
You immediately snap the seal. The letter is sealed with a blue wax seal bearing a singular open eye. The parchment itself is made of fine quality, lacks any blemishes or outward marks that would denote its purpose. This is a letter given to you by Alexander Duskbrand to give to Lord Caldrum Moonborn. With those letters, make sure that you do not open them before you get to Mr. Moonborn, lest you run the risk of facing his ire thinking you are imposters.
Oh. Very well. She gently slips the letter into her pack. I'm assuming that's all that will happen. Should I open those? There's a small smile on her face.
Of course. Where is your ASMR friend?
I believe she's staying in the singing tier to help with chores, and then she wishes to return to the chapel.
Oh, very well. I will put aside my notes I've prepared for her, should she want them whenever.
Master
Sure
Duskbrand.
to let-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Marana.
Oh, it was just to be
We'll be sure to let her know. I'm sure she'll want to get those eventually.
Master Dustbrand, I don't suppose that you have a book on the Draconic language around?
That I do, yes.
Would it be possible to borrow it for a time?
No. I'm afraid I do not lend out my tomes or lexicons.
Miss Silderell is looking for it. I don't suppose you'd be willing to sell it to her, or a copy of it?
Making a copy would require some time, as well as resources. Does she already know the language? I do not know why she would wish.
I don't know. She just merely asked me to ask if you had such a thing.
Well, if she is interested in the book, she may come here, and for a fee, along with Miss Zyrie's teachings, I will offer to teach her in the way of Draconic.
We'll be sure to let her know. Excuse me. I'll let her know.
Right. Please, take your seats. Stand if you wish.
Yuria sits, pulls out her black-bound tome.
Wow. You would see Finn sort of sat in, like, though there are a number of other tables here, very purposefully that Mr. Duskbrand has set this up, like, has sort of altered that this was purely just for Finn. But now that there are other people here, he's sort of just altered the room. So there are other desks and chairs and everything like that. And as you sit down in one pot boy,
Nice.
Finn immediately sits beside you, Yuria. And you would see him pull up like a small stack of books. You would see like the basics of evocation or the basics of the arts of evocation and stuff like that. And he sort of looks to this menacing jet black and teal like tome and is like, wow, that's yours.
She she doesn't even like recognize he's sitting next to him until he like speaks up, and she almost like jumps. What?
Oh God, it's a plot.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
No, you're all right. Sorry. Yes, this is mine. As she sort of pulls out all of the bits of her scholarly pack. Nothing like his evocation books and all that. Just essentially the basics: ink pen, some pieces of paper, and like this book of lore.
Can I see it?
There's this somewhat unfair, like suspicious glare over at his direction. You can see her mull it over for a moment, her jaw working as she considers.
How menacing is that glare? On a scale of 1 to 10.
Like a 7.
Ooh.
Or maybe a 6. Not like, I hate you kind of stuff, but definitely like you can see the suspicion in her eyes. Or at least either suspicion or worry.
I'm sorry. I didn't. It's all right. I don't have to see it.
She raises a hand. If you wish to see it, you may. She slowly, deliberately, sort of slides the tome over in his direction.
Wow.
Be careful with it.
Neat. And he sort of picks up the tome. And he doesn't make any gestures to open it. He just is inspecting the sort of cover of it. He doesn't appear affected by any sort of lingering maladies.
I would hope not.
Sort of
He just explodes.
flips it, looks it over. That's really neat. Did you make it yourself?
No, it was a gift from family.
That's a good book.
Thank you.
He sets it down, pushes it towards you.
She opens it again. Screams the dam coming. No. It would be weird. The clasp does not seem to have any actual, like, hook or anything. It just seems to rest on the other face of the book until she pulls it away. Almost like a magnetic, but obviously not magnetic.
Indeed. Right. Well, let us begin. The basics of Arcana. What follows is a 3 to 4 hour lecture.
Lecture me now.
Going in depth on both the studies and practices of the arcane, both from a wizardly standpoint and from a political standpoint. Despite how, like, in depth this is, like, almost college level curriculum, young Finn is parsing along, taking notes, very deeply engaged.
Yuria seems engaged at parts. You can see sort of this expression that shifts between, like, familiarity with what's being said, like, yeah, I've heard that before, and then sort of it flips between this recognition and then this sort of, like, confusion as he switches from subject to subject. And then occasionally there'd be this sort of growl or grumble as material that's stumped her in an old life stumps her yet again.
And as it is explained, there are numerous types of magic, but most simply broken down between what many commonly refer to as the weave, and the others which refer to it as the primeval current. As well as explain, and it just continues.
Kellen can feel his eyes begin to cross at certain points, but, like, tries to follow along.
This is heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's a college lecture is what you're currently being exposed to.
I think it'd be around this time that Alaric falls the fuck asleep.
I love Alaric.
He doesn't even hide it either. His head's been hanging off of, like, his left hand, right, onto his palm, and he's been slowly, gently succumbing to his grip until, unceremoniously, he just flops on his face and doesn't get up again.
Now, for the more practical explanations, young Finn, please show us your progress with your most recent cantrip. Finn pushes himself back out of the chair, makes his way to the front, just in front of the podium. And you watch as he sort of rubs his hands together. And though he can't obviously breathe, it looks like he takes a deep breath with the rise and fall of his shoulders. And then he claps his hands together and casts Thaumaturgy.
Oh no.
It is a reverberating, echoing clap that causes the shutters on the window to sort of rattle, the books to shake.
Yuri's hand slips and it's just a scratch along the page, and you hear a curse.
Very well done.
I imagine.
Continue.
Oh, I was gonna say, I imagine all this time Arana has kind of been that one student where it's like, you know, they're paying attention in intervals, but then also doodling the entire time, like me slaying monsters
Very well
in between
done.
notes.
You have made significant progress, Finn. I applaud you. Please, take your seat. And he sort of fist bumps, very happy with himself. you can tell that he's probably been struggling with the more somatic portion of magic, being able to make the gestures. So now that he's able to actually cast a cantrip, it shows that there's progress and that he's capable of casting magic. Which again, he's a pot boy.
Monka.
Very well. Miss Yoria, if you'd be as kind as to show us what you are currently capable of.
You see her consider a moment. All right. You want what I'm capable of? Not just like a cantrip.
Are you capable of casting more than a cantrip? It's not a, like, or you think you can cast magic? It's like, oh, well, if you're capable of casting more than a cantrip, please show us.
Yeah, she's not. It doesn't seem like she's trying to gloat in this case. She just seems a little hesitant. Like, it's clear she's sort of deciding what she wants to cast, like, considering. After mulling it over. All right. She pulls out her stone of alacrity. Pulls out her blade in the other hand. And you would see the sort of colorless form of magic emanating from the blade swirl around the stone and expand into darkness, covering the entire room in shadow.
You would, what's the radius on it?
It is a 15-foot sphere.
Okay, so almost the entire room.
Yeah.
You would flood the room with darkness, and immediately hear Finn go, whoa, like,
Gnarly.
unable to see, but already super excited. And then you would hear the, very good, very good.
He says.
Please, if you'd be as kind as to extinguish it.
She wouldn't extinguish it. She would just, like, wrap her hands around the darkness, covering it in her hand. And thus, removing the shadow for the moment.
Who is your sponsor?
There's this little smirk. That would be Arcanist Raina.
His brows raise.
You know
Raina
him.
Brightmore?
Yes.
And I'm certain you have a mark.
I just cast on it. She dispels the darkness and holds out the alacrity stone.
He holds out his palm for it.
She places it in his palm. And then sheaths the blade.
I was under the assumption you possessed little to no magical capabilities. But here you are. Sponsored by a cinder spear. Your mark.
She takes it. I admit, I have a bit of a crutch. I am not my brother, who takes to magic like a natural. A few cantrips like Finn here is about the extent of what I learned, and then I was given something to help keep me alive.
Quiet. And this mark. He turns to look at the others. You all have met the Arcanist.
There is a nod.
Mm-hmm.
Then you are already familiar with another of my order.
Oh,
Oh, and here you said the Cinderspears were not aware of your order.
Most of the Cinderspears. How did you meet the Arcanist?
She grins wide. He too is a convict.
That would explain his absence. You see him reach up, sort of pinching the brow underneath his giant hat. Oh, how delightful. I have letters to send. Superb. Right. I'm afraid I have nothing I can offer you, Miss Zyre. The magic you possess is latent. Are you familiar with the term sorcery?
I would imagine so.
You tell me.
I would think so. I think she'd be aware of things, people, or at least creatures who are latently magical. I know of creatures in Shademore that are latently magic.
Well,
And I've
you are
heard
not,
rumors of witches and the like.
you are not a creature, Miss Zyre, but you do possess within your person latent magic, access to the arcane and the primeval current. I'm afraid whatever I could offer you would be of little to no use.
She strokes her chin.
Did you find that studying during your younger years was bothersome, a bore, if you will?
She chuckles. Well, pretty much. When it comes to the arcane, what Finn here is learning, little bit, yes.
There are studies done on sorcerers, as they're referred to, of those who possess the latent magic within their being. Most individuals possess some modicum of latent magic, elves being the most predominant among them. The Ahurani, as well, for you, Kellen, possess some modicum of latent magic within their being. They generally find that learning spells, such as copying spell scrolls, which is generally how most wizards go about learning new spells aside from making them themselves, holds no real merit for them. Rather is a waste of time, putting it plainly.
There is one thing you can teach me. You see, you talk about sorcery, but I have been given an aid to help me cast ritual magic. I was wondering.
There's no change to the expression, but a very subtle tilt of the head.
I noticed you can't cast something akin to that on Kellen and elsewhere. I was wondering if you could teach me such things. I think it could be useful to the rest of my group.
We wish to learn Identify.
And detect magic, yes.
We can start with Detect Magic. See if you are capable of learning it. Though you are possessed of the primeval current, we'll see what study offers you. What say the rest of you? Any desire? He very pointedly looks to Rick.
Kellen will look at Marana first. She seems like she's the more scholarly of them, between him and her, and he's like,
For practical uses, it would be beneficial to know about the arcane, but I doubt I'll be able to cast a spell.
During your time, did you study at all? Any previous experience with the arcane?
She kind of looks away for a moment.
No. No, I was not taught the more intricacies of magic, nor have I been assessed for any such aptitude.
If you have desires of becoming, rather plainly, a wizard, I can offer some modicum of tutelage, should you so desire it. Young Finn here has already leaps and bounds ahead of what I had anticipated. If you have desires of learning just the same, you may join Miss Zyrie here every morning, which, I shall reiterate, every morning for 4 hours, you will be here, learning the intricacies of the ritual to cast the detection of magic.
I'm afraid it would probably be wasted on me, Mr. Duskbrand. I've never really had that aptitude. What little magic I possess seems to be of the natural world.
Again, there are those that possess the latent powers within them. You would draw your powers if you possess any means of spellcasting. You, such as Miss Zyrie here, would be drawing your powers from the primeval current.
I would definitely like to learn more about my heritage. I can't say that I would make a very good wizard, however. If there is some latent ability involved with that, though, perhaps it would be worthwhile to find out.
As it stands currently, as much as I would desire it, I'm afraid you are out of the reach of wizarding for now. That could change in the future, however.
As expected as much.
Meaning,
You two dumb.
Kellen and Marana both lack the 13 intelligence required to multi-class into wizard.
That's kind of where I was thinking too.
You as well, Alaric.
Yeah, he didn't even address your ass. Don't even start.
Yeah, but if he was awake, he'd be a wizard right now.
If he was away.
I'd have a 13 int if I was awake right now.
I fucking love it.
All right, Blake, sit down.
Right. So, for the next, rather, however long you'll be staying in Allianz Tier, it should take, let's see, you're attempting to learn a ritual or proficiency?
Oh, this is an invocation. So she needs to transcribe the spell into her book, which will take 2 hours and 50 gold's worth of rare inks. And I will be able to cast it ritually.
Cool. We're going to say that it's going to... What's your intelligence modifier? +3?
Yeah.
If you don't have the gold,
I don't.
it's going to take 3 weeks
Jesus Christ.
to learn it for free.
I ain't got time for that. Yo, patron.
You get the gold, though, You can get it done in a day.
Let's go. Okay. We kill the Kingsman and we take the gold. New plan.
Because
Now we're talking.
you're also going through the lectures. It's not only that he's teaching you how to do it, he is teaching you the origin of detect magic.
You're learning everything.
You're getting a history lesson on top of a lecture, on top of the spell itself.
All right, but like which wizard king?
Give me a moment, I can tell you. Detect magic comes from the School of Divination,
Yeah.
which is the Wizard King Caelthal, master of the arcane arts of divination and a hero of elven kind.
Oh shit.
He is known as the Truth Bearer.
Epic.
So, until you have the money, you're going to be learning everything about detect magic.
Please, I need the money. Just, please. You won't let me leave.
3 weeks until you get the money, and then it's... Is there anything else I can help you with?
She looks to the others.
I don't think I have any further business.
Again, I ask that you keep those letters sealed.
Of course.
Please wake that one up.
Yuria sends a telepathic message to him. Wake up.
Would that ring in his head while he's asleep?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Would that wake him?
You just start here.
You tell me. Would a sudden pervasive voice in your head wake you up?
Could he answer in his dream? But he wouldn't be part of his dream, right?
She
wouldn't
is
even
now.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wake up, Alric. Says the ram you're fighting in your dream.
Oh, God.
In Yuri's voice. Baron starts talking to you.
Well, you cannot see the dream, so I will not describe this dream.
Oh, okay.
Alaric wakes up. Kind of snaps upright, looks to the sides, with squinty-eyed.
How nice of you to join us, Rick. Would you please answer question number 3?
Right, the blue one.
How delightful. You all may leave.
Sorry.
The lesson is over, Mr. Rick. You're free to go.
Oh.
Please clean
Thank
your
you.
mess on my table.
He feels the table without even looking.
Just
The slobber.
smearing the slobber.
Yeah. I'm sorry. He pulls up a flap of cloth from like the fabric he has over his chainmail and just wipes it, like scrubs it clean, and then gets up. But his way of getting up is a bit of a stumble, right? Like he knees the table, he pushes the chair to the side.
Partially dehydrated. That
Yes.
dehydrated nap.
He needs water.
I wish you all the best of luck with your dealings. If you have any questions pertaining to anything of interest, my tower is open.
Did you need any more or make any progress in your research into my bloodline, or is that ongoing indefinitely?
My studies of the Ahurani, I doubt will ever be finished. Your lineage is quite vast. Your people are expansive. As such, should any new information come to light, I will share it with you, and I hope that should you learn any information, you share it with me.
Seems more than fair.
Very good. He gestures to the door.
Yeah, Rana packs up her noodles.
Yuria curtsies to the older man.
thank you for your time. And, well, I hope your God gives you patience, since you have invited us to ask you. Have invited us to ask you of anything of interest. I do hope you understand the range of that conversation.
I possessed patience before I found myself under the guidance of the knowing mistress. You needn't worry about that.
We'll see.
For once, there's a very soft smile that sort of pulls up the beard. May your questions always be answered. Good day.
Oh, speaking of, I have a question.
Oh, the studious Rick possesses a question.
Mr. Good looking and all. I had a bit of a fight yesterday. My back is killing me. Do you have any sort of magical drink I could have?
That you can have? No. That you can purchase? Yes.
Purchase? But I thought we were all friends here.
He gives you a very subtle tilt of the head.
Do you not possess some kind of credit that I could be part of? Maybe?
No.
I'm living in the town. You know, I'm good for it.
Rick, how much coin do you possess on your person?
At home, I have a lot of it.
And what do you
Here,
currently have here? Your home, of which you said you are staying.
You have me at a bit of a disadvantage. I have one gold coin.
Actually, you gave that to me.
He begins to pat away at the back pockets of his leggings. He, for some reason, reaches into an armpit. Never mind. I'm dirt poor.
Once you have apprised yourself of at least 10 gold, you may return here and buy such a tincture.
So no word on the credit then? No tab?
I do not do
For this?
credit. I do
Of
not do
course.
tab. This is not a bar, Rick.
Of course. No, my apologies. Of course. I am sorry. Really.
It is quite all right. If none of you possess any more questions, please be on your way.
As Uriel leaves, you can hear there's the faintest remark echoing in the distance. You know, my father said he was a saint of patience before he had children.
Anything else?
Can't think of anything.
Okay. Then you all leave Mr. Duskbrand's tower.
4 hours later.
Indeed. What have Sabine and Celero been doing during the morning and brunch rush?
I'd help around the kitchen, kind of like earning my keep for the day since they're all running around. I want to make sure that I earn it, possibly earn a little bit of coin, serve tables, and then I would saunter off to the cathedral to help out a little there, like I promised.
The chapel.
The chapel.
There ain't no cathedral.
Church thing.
Admittedly, it did kind of grow.
What do you mean? It's the same size as the fucking token. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a fucking chapel.
I don't know. I just remember being a little smaller, you know, when we first met Amira. I don't know. It's just strange.
I literally copied it from an actual chapel layout.
Don't listen to him.
It just seems bigger than before.
Celero, what have you been doing for 4 hours?
She probably would have performed a song or two to the patrons there. Helped with obviously the food. And as soon as the cats arrived, she would have tried to lure one to her. So she didn't have to go by the fire. That seemed to have a lot of people by it, I'm assuming.
For both of you roll me performance checks. Unless you want to sing, Silero.
I just clicked the button.
Okay. Sabine, you're sort of helping bringing up food and stuff like that with some of the other like staff that's here, which you would realize that they don't stay here, but there are a number of other people under the employ of Gerald and Guinevere that come and work. So you would be walking away. It's a slow day for you, Sabine. You end up walking away with 2 silver.
Hey, it's something.
Yes, Elro?
That was not me.
No, I heard you chime up. What's up?
I didn't say anything.
Very well. 15? What songs are you singing?
She probably would have sang 2 or 3. One, judging by the, using my background, I would have been able to judge the air of a room and bring it up, at least in morale-like a way. Not morale, but that's what it says. Just bring up the mood at least one notch kind of thing.
You would tell that people sort of want more jaunty tunes. They don't want, like, very fast-paced stuff. They just want to be able to listen to something and relax.
Yeah, so she would have played a few things. And they would have been among, like, local Ashford songs.
Sure.
She probably would have played Sworn Swords again, which was the one I first played in the beginning. A few others.
You would...
Hands of Gold, probably.
Ooh. You would notice, the moment that you start singing your first song, a number of people leave. And they're immediately back with more people.
Oh.
Like, it's like, oh God, people are leaving. And then they come back with like twice as many people. And it's this, you're basically bringing business to the singing tier. And as a result, Gerald would let you keep the like the 12 silver tip that comes from all of the patrons who listen to you sing. It's like a combination of copper and silver pieces, where eventually it equals out to about 12 silver for your 3 songs.
Rich.
That's right, you're rich. Gerald sort of standing behind the bar with this wide smile on his face as he's out serving drinks, and sort of welcoming the patrons who all have something like nice to say about your singing. And they're like, I didn't know you hired a bard. And he's like, aye, that I did.
Absolutely.
Like taking the full sort of like, hey, there's a bard in the singing tier. Like now people are sort of flocking to it. So by the time the rest of the party gets there, the singing tier is packed.
And, well, being Silver Elf, she would have played for as long as they would listen, and or she would have said, as long as you're enjoying, food and drink here, I'll play.
All right.
So as long as the drinks are flowing, I shall play.
At what point did you break off, Sabine, to go work at the chapel with Amira?
When she would have played before it would have broken off, if she would have gone into a more upbeat, Sabine would have put things down and she would have started actually dancing along with it. Just, it's a good tune. She was enjoying it. So after she, like, on her way out, like if it was an upbeat tune, she would have like started dancing real quick before leaving, kind of enjoying the music.
Okay. How long are you staying with Amira? Because remember, it's like an hour, hour and a half to get there, an hour, hour and a half to get back, and your party made plans to meet up at noon.
I'd actually pay somebody a silver to take her a message then.
Okay.
Say, unfortunately, due to my associate's obligations, I'll be unable to make it today, but I will try and do so tomorrow or tomorrow afternoon, or soon, rather. Put a soon TM on it.
The sort of younger farmhand getting ready to go out for the day, sort of, yeah, I can stop by the chapel, no problem.
She'd say thank you, and she'd kind of brush his cheek, kind of flirtatiously. I really appreciate it.
Oh God.
Roll me an insight check. This young man is not into women.
I knew it.
And with that though, she'd lean in and she'd be like, "By the way, you're looking fantastic." Not flirtatiously. I really like how the outfit's going.
Sort of taken aback. So you would see that it was sort of the instinctual pull away from the touch. And the sort of, oh.
Yo.
Thank you.
Those long johns on point, brother.
Correct.
What was your name?
It's Sabine.
Sabine. Okay. I'll let him know. And he sort of gives you a side look before opening the door and making his way out.
She'd just laugh. And then she gets this kind of wry grin as she contemplates giving him Alaric's
Number.
room number. And then she decides against it and just continues about her business.
Okay. Eventually, you all meet back up at the Singing Tear. It's bustling, but on the point now where people are like, that was fantastic. I'm done. I have things to do today.
Silverill's just sitting with 5, 6 people and they're talking and stuff. Tips of her ears are probably very red. And she has a cat.
Indeed, one of the massive Mancoons that rolls on in.
Rolling up.
Snatch.
There's the already super friendly one, so the moment you show interest in petting it, it's like, nice.
Victory.
I'm in.
All in, brother.
And eventually the songs die down and you all find yourselves together once more. And it's, judging by the sort of busyness and the sort of petering off now, as well as Gerald sort of informing you guys with his own little pocket watch. Sort of informing you guys that it's about the afternoon now, pushing around 12 or 1 in the afternoon.
Yuria arriving, slipping through the emptying crowd. Small whistle of appreciation at the sudden influx of people. Well. What happened here that we missed?
You would hear somebody as they walk on. Oh, you missed it. Silra was singing.
Oh.
They all know her name now?
She was the one singing at the festival, of course.
Do you know my name? Alaric points at himself.
Allahu?
There's a long pause.
Allahu?
You're with Mr. Bolton, right?
My name is not Bolton. Do you know my name or do you not know my name?
I'll be honest, I have no idea who you are.
There is. See, that's what it takes. It takes singing, looking as pretty as she does, and then everybody knows your name. But if you got a nose like this, it's over. And he motions at this poor man.
I mean, if you'd like, I could remember you by your nose, but I don't think that'd be very nice.
Oh, it would not.
Yuri pats Rick on. He's too tall for here to pat him on the shoulder, so she ends up just like sort of patting him on his bicep. It's okay. I'm sure you'll be remembered as the Ram Wrestler soon enough.
Oh, and he immediately.
Oh no!
Oh, that's you. Oh my God, you're a freak.
Amazing.
My name is Jimmy, by the way. Remember that? Tell
No. He God, what was his
the one
name?
that's
What was his
in the-
name? Alaric.
No.
Alaric. That's you, right, Alaric?
Come
Too
up
late
with that
now.
all by yourself. Quite the imagination. By the way,
Oh
the
my
Ram
God.
didn't
Yeah,
have-
Ben came back, was talking
Ben,
about some
that's right.
weird guy out there wrestling rams, and he called himself Alaric. That's you, right?
Ben is lying to you, my friend. I'm sorry. Not me.
Roll a deception check.
Well, like the rest of us are like nodding in the background, like.
Mm-hmm.
You got
If
this,
that's the
brother.
case, then I will roll at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're going up the river.
See that bus over there?
Wow.
They're throwing you under it.
Well, that was
Advantage. Okay. Hold on.
This is
13.
Give me a moment.
Because of the peanut gallery, just like.
He sort of reaches up, scratching at his chin. Really?
telling you, my friend. He lied.
Are you saying I lie?
All you do is lie. In this case, however, me, again, Jimmy, would
name-
never fight a ram.
You're not Alaric?
Oh,
Gerald sort of pipes up.
Alaric, how are you? Welcome back.
Alaric looks to the left, trying to find someone.
There's nobody.
Eh. Soil is
Yaria,
run-
Alaric, Galen, come.
It's a very
She motions
lie.
them.
Oh.
Slow.
Then finally sees Morana. Morana.
A slow growing grin.
Alaric namely doesn't go in.
Right. Jimmy.
That's right.
Alaric! She just stands up on the stool.
He begins to breathe heavily through the nose.
That grin getting wider. Right. Jimmy.
My friend, if I have to repeat it, we're going to have a problem. You understand?
You gonna wrestle another ram?
No, oh, shit. Farmer's a smart fella.
Good luck, big guy.
I have other means to demonstrate.
He immediately is just head back laughing. A couple of the other guys join him as they push their way out the door.
Hey, look at
That's
this.
him. That's the freak.
No, he's the Yuri yelling behind. He's the Ram Wrestler.
Ram
different.
wrestler, Ram wrestler, Ram wrestler. As it's just now this parade as it descends further into the town.
Yeah, see, now you're popular.
Prada is like biting her lips. Walked in.
They practically know your name better than they know Cyril at this point.
Your mistake.
She looks at the gathering crowd. Oh, yes, you're right.
How could we have foreseen this?
You would see a very
As you guys get closer, you hear Selrel, and he'll touch the ram. He gripped it and dropped it down. She's perpetuating.
Like, you were telling me to stop, little shit. Alaric, on his way to his bed.
Over here. And she will like wave them over.
All right, yeah. They wander over. Oh, you were singing without me, huh?
Huh? Am I beholden to only sing in your presence,
No,
Your
I mean,
Highness?
I
She
mean letting
giggles.
me. He snorts back. No, I meant letting me join you.
There will be many other options. It is my favorite pastime. Probably for sparring or fighting.
Well, maybe we'll do that instead sometime.
You want to fight me?
I'll spar with you if you wish.
There's a wicked grin.
He smiles back. Oh,
If
trust me,
you cannot take it back.
I am not just an archer, I'll have you know.
Anyway, I was able to earn some coin. I was hoping we could put it towards your little excursion today.
Maybe. I was going to stop by the general store and pick up a pipe and some tobacco before we made our way there, since it's more or less on the way.
She pushes all the silver she made and whatnot over to Kellen.
Oh, just hold on to that for now. We'll
I would
just not-
hope that I do not go near these people.
No, trust me, and it's better in your hands. The amount of money they'd probably be looking for is likely more than any of us could afford right now. But I appreciate it. Maybe get yourself something nice, if you wish.
She pulls it back, cupping it.
Looks
Kind
like
of
you.
sits down.
Looks like you've earned it.
Yes. She would sit on the table or on the chair and just pocket it. Go back to sipping from the flagon.
Yuria pops in. You know, if we didn't want to go on this mad chase for merchant caravans, her voice drops, we could try pawning off one of those enchanted items we found. You know the ones. That might be worth a unicorn. She murmurs the word very low, probably inaudibly in the crowd.
Well, let's not tip our hand before we see what cards are in play.
Just a thought.
Of course, we'll keep it in mind. And if it comes down to that, I will offer up mine, since this was sort of my excursion and my problem to deal with. I wouldn't ask any of you to give up anything. But in the meantime, are we feeling up to this?
Yuria. I think so. A moment. She would wander towards the window, checking on the weather, see if it's going to get any worse or better.
Roll me a insight check. Or intelligence check, rather.
I love int. Wow.
You have no idea.
Yep.
Looking outside to the black rolling clouds, there's no like specks of light that push through or anything. It doesn't appear to be getting any heavier, but doesn't appear to show any signs of slowing either.
Looking at it like American Psycho. Oh yeah, that's
Keep
right. She looks at it a moment, takes it in, frowns, not seeing any change in weather patterns. She sighs and wanders back. Well, I can't tell if the weather's going to get worse or better. That might be a problem.
Oh, we have cloaks, right? I would hope.
Well, yes, but
Be fine. Made it this far without having any issues.
I hate that philosophy.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What am I?
Yuria announced to the world that it is in fact raining.
Nice.
Everyone knows it now. We're all aware. Very good.
Kellen said, just get a cloak forehead.
Now he's like, you have cloak, right? We made it this far without any issues. And she's like, I hate you when you say that shit.
I don't think it rained. It didn't rain during your guys' travel. It just threatened to rain.
Oh.
Sometimes the threat is enough.
But damn, I thought it was like a hurricane.
Yeah. Here we go. Monka.
A light drizzle. So it isn't actually raining yet, either way. It's just overcast.
No. It is.
Okay. Yes? What form?
It is a light drizzle outside.
Okay.
So there's snow coming down.
I mean, intelligence saving throw, Alaric.
Cruising for a bruising, brother.
I never got that dice from you.
I lost my d20. It's under the table.
Roll me an intelligence saving throw, Rick.
I never got that dice
It's
from
Jimmy.
Rick,
Also,
Jimmy.
Flippin' Jimmy. Don't forget that.
What are y'all doing? What's the plan?
Oh,
Well, I think we're gonna start making our way out to the Kingsman's camp, unless, well,
Before we...
a quick stop up at the general store, of course.
Yuria looks to the party before we go.
Mhm.
Are we all in on this? Or is anyone remaining here?
For the sake of the question, I think at this point Alaric would have come down from his room with his cloak on, hood pulled up, fastened, but he's so huge that it's hard not to know that it's him, right? Shawl around his shoulders as he comes up on the party again. Pretending like he never left. Keeping the hood real tightly around his head.
My brother, I don't think you have a cloak.
Do have a cloak. It's in my starting stuff. Unless we didn't get it all.
Brother, I don't see anything in your stuff that says you get a cloak.
Ooh, I always assume that the nobles and the clothing that they receive had a cloak. But if that's not the case...
Then you gotta
Then I
buy
suppose.
cloaks.
Alright, then he has no cloak. He has a blanket.
Oh my god.
I think the only one who would actually have a cloak would be Kellen.
My man.
Because that was like hunting equipment.
Indeed.
if I recall.
I have a little half cape.
Yes, you do.
Very pretty.
Because you know how fine clothes interiors often had like cloaks that sort of cape styled over his shoulder and had a portion of fur and stuff like that. I just assumed that because of his noble background, those fine clothes were always there after we left. when
Gotta
we got
find
them.
one or buy one.
All right.
Guess it's another reason to go to the general store to see if they even have shit like that.
I have a sheet.
Yes, you do. You're the scariest ghost.
Yes, damn right I am. I got this answer.
She's running around with a blanket on her head, soaked.
Why can't I breathe?
It's so heavy.
Sabine would actually walk over to Guinevere and ask, "Do you have a cloak that I could buy off of you for a silver, like an old one that you don't use anymore?"
My dear, none of my cloaks are worth a silver.
They're worth the gold.
But perhaps. How about I lend it to you? I quite like my cloak.
I don't. I'll go try and just get something simple. I would hate to not be able to return it to you if the worst were to happen.
Very well.
Hey, Guinevere, can I borrow a cloak?
Are you asking?
Is Savine asking like by the counter? Is that where they are?
Correct. She was asking to buy a cloak off of her, but she won't borrow it in case she cannot return it.
Right? Mid conversation, in comes Alaric, furtive, covered under the blanket, kind of elbows in, looking for girls' attention. Geralt, it's Alaric, look, over here.
Lad, I'm gonna be honest with you. You look no different.
Right.
You know how bleeding big you are?
Listen. These people, they're calling me the Ram Blaster.
Ah, you are.
Give it a day or two, they're gonna call me the Ram Fucker. I need a cloak. Need to put it on so I can hide. I'm sure you have one.
Are
Do
you-
this for me, I'll owe you.
Uh-oh.
Alric,
You,
are you gonna fuck around?
No, I will not.
Then why are you worried about it?
You know how people are. They start talking, they say I wrestle rams, then they say I'm fucking the rams. It's only a matter of time.
It's only worse if you start denying it. That's when the stories start flying. Admit you wrestled one. Say you beat it. What are they going to say? Now, if you
Freak.
lost, that'd be different. If you lost to the Ram, well, no end of that. That'd follow you to the end of Tyros.
Already they've called me a freak.
I'm sure it was a fiction. And you could see him, like, trying not to laugh.
So let me cloak, will you? I don't want to start answering questions.
Sabine would look at Alaric and she'd be like, "You did wrestle a ram and you then proceeded to interrogate the person who was there, asking him where he lived. That's gonna make people talk."
Right. The ram was a very hearty fellow. I wanted to speak to them again.
Well, he didn't know that you were actually able to communicate with the ram. He just saw you yelling at the ram.
That is how animals communicate. They're animals.
But he didn't understand that the ram understood you and vice versa.
Of course it did. Weren't we dialoguing in front of him?
And the ram was making ram noises to us who weren't talking to it.
I know, he was bleeding. So was I. What are you trying to tell me here, Savine?
Oh, you weren't bleeding, you were yelling in common.
What?
Yeah, we heard every single word that you were yelling at the ram.
Right.
It
See,
seems like a very one-sided conversation, buddy.
it is a bit of magic, a bit of a spell, alright? It's innate. I can't explain it.
Well, you have to understand appearances. People don't know us here. They don't know that you can talk to animals.
I understand appearances. That is why I want the cloak.
I don't have nothing with a hood. That's what you're asking.
Of course, you have the wonderful beard too.
What?
Never mind. What?
You're cut out.
He said that, of course, you have to show your wonderful beard. Kind of scoffed at the ceiling. But it wasn't mockery, it was like understanding, like finally connecting the dot.
Sabine kind of takes a look at Alaric. I'm like, you could always shave. Most men look like completely different people when they shave.
No.
I imagine Mr. Broadhurst has cloaks for sale.
I don't have any coin. I don't have any coins. And apparently I don't even have a reputation, so I can't even start a tap. Wonderful. Great. No, forget it. Alaric, the ram killer. The ram assassinate. You see, he's already pulling off the blanket.
Geralt, Guinevere. So you know, we are going to talk to your neighbors.
Aye. Stay safe.
Appreciate it.
And if you need us, just holler.
She snorts. I'll be sure to yell very loudly. All right. She turns to the rest. Does anyone else need anything before we attempt this?
Oh, like I said, we'll stop on the general store on the way and then see what we can get. But other than that, best to get started.
Fine, let's get going before we start going off about beards and cloaks again. She mutters as she walks towards the door.
But yeah, I guess we're gonna hit up the general store guy first, and then on our way to the Kingsman.
Okay.
Before leaving, Alaric will leave in Geralt's care his long clawed pouch thing that possesses the shards, the hammer.
You're leaving the amber hammer?
Yes,
Okay.
Geralt.
I can just put this in your room, lad.
It's rather
Ooh.
precious. Could you hold onto it in case I don't come back?
Ooh, that reminds me. Yuri pauses just above the stairs, quickly strides back in, and sets down her scholarly pack, including the note. Could you please put this in my room? I don't want it to get wet.
I'll watch after the hammer, and I'll put your things away.
She offers a quick thanks and then scurries on away.
Thank you, Geralt.
Aye, lad. Stay safe. Who all is going and who is staying?
I just scrolled down.
I think we're all going, right?
Indeed.
This is why I'm asking.
Yeah, Marana's going as that kind of like halfway, keep an eye on things, and if things go tits up, alert the others.
I just scrolled out and realized that there's two Kellens and one of them's drowning in a lake.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
It's not a lake, that's a river.
He's going for
Drowning in a body of water.
He's just going for a swim. Don't worry, my doppelganger is fine. That's just a
Dead.
skinwalker. Oh, there he's gone. Marana and Yuria's families came down and eliminated him. That fucking skinwalker.
Got him.
Silver.
Powerful.
Got a nose for it.
Right, general store.
Or some cloaks.
And bad habits. Or good habits. I mean, what?
Did Kellen tell us the general direction we're going?
Northwest.
We are going to the northwest, as far as I know. I do hope we can come back, but for some untold reason, if we do not, thank you very much for housing me and my friends.
His brows knit together. Last you're talking like it's goodbye.
She's saying it very militantly, right? I don't know if I can convey that very well.
Like stoically.
Yeah. Like she's probably had this conversation before.
Yeah.
Again, if anything's happened, just holler. We'll be right there. I mean it.
She kind of gives almost this like oddly, like a look you would give something or someone if you missed a chance, right? And you knew it, or you there's the opportunity you might miss the chance of getting to say or do something. And she would give it to Guinevere before nodding and leaving with the rest of them.
Okay. We transition back out to Elion's team. And you all make your way to the general store ran by one Roy Broadhurst. Which, to some of you, this would be your first time meeting the very large tiefling man.
Oh, yes, the large tiefling. He was a fun guy. Actually,
Well,
I
he's a
think
tiefling.
no, he's fungy.
Maybe my brain is in the fritz. Alaric has not met this man, right?
Correct.
Okay, good.
He's very...
You should say he's very hot.
As you all step in, you would see Mr. Broadhurst sort of adjusting a set of spectacles on his nose and sort of looking down at a ledger in the process of writing something down. And hearing the door open, he sort of glances up over the rim of his glasses, pulls them off of his face. Well, hello to all you. How can I help you?
Sabine stepping on her mouth parts ever so slightly like, oh my. Because this is a very svelte red tiefling with the nerd glasses on. Pretty much the picture, the epitome of like someone on a romance novel. And she's like, oh. And she composes herself and she's like, do you have any cloaks?
Yeah, we got some cloaks for sale. Are y'all needing one, or just a few of you?
Has Alaric ever seen a tiefling before?
Oh boy.
Yeah, same for Ursula.
Go ahead and you tell me. How experienced? I mean, you've been to Rowfield, haven't you, Alaric? They're pretty accepting of a lot of people.
Then there's been probably a lot of them there.
I wouldn't say a lot. Tieflings aren't. They don't share the same, like, the same population count as, like, humans and elves and dwarves.
Okay. Yeah, he knows. And he doesn't care. Like anybody from Rowfield. It's just some dude.
To be clear, Sabine was not staring at the horns, rather the rippling muscles.
You're staring at the horns.
Very outwardly.
When she walks in, she is looking at those horns like, ooh.
She get a tiny nudge from Alaric, which is not tiny at all.
She stumbles. Ow, what?
You're staring.
There's a moment's pause. And?
You're not supposed to stare at the hole and get them upset.
Hold on. Solo, have you decided? Or would you rather
Uh,
leave it up to a roll?
I'd probably rather leave it up to a roll.
Sure. Roll me a history check then. I would say you've probably only ever met one other tiefling, and that have been during your sort of your stint with that knight commander.
Okay.
But that individual was sort of dark purple in skin, and their horns resembled that of a ram, not front facing like this one is. Right. Is it going to be 6 cloaks, or are you only wanting a few?
I have mine, but thank you. Friends are just a little unprepared for trekking in the wilderness, so... how much are they?
Right. If you're needing cloaks for everybody, it'll run you about 3 silver apiece. They're nothing too fancy. They'll keep the rain off you, though.
That'll do.
Sabine gets this kind of pensive look as she thinks for a moment and realizes exactly how broke everybody is. Sir, do you have any regular breastplates, or would I have to go to a different store for that?
Oh, you're probably wanting to go talk to the Rowe family down over there by the blacksmith. Catherine will probably set you up with something nice.
All right. I'll be back in a moment. What I'm trying to do is sell back my breastplate, get some money, get just a mundane breastplate.
You're trying to sell your magical breastplate?
Correct.
Oh, they're not going to buy it.
Yeah, that's probably too spendy for this town.
Correct. The moment you guys offer to sell any of your magical items, they're all like, oh no. Like, A, we don't keep enough money on us to buy magical items like that unless you want to sell it to us for like dirt cheap. And even then, it's dangerous for us to keep magical items in the off chance that our store gets robbed because of it.
Well, easy math. So, 5 cloaks, I'm assuming I'm the only one who actually has one, is that right?
Correct.
Is 15 silver.
Correct.
So that's not that bad, really. Kellen will throw in the 4 silver that he has. And if everyone else would like to kick in a little bit here and there, we can get it covered easy.
You can have all my money.
Which is 0, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You guys can also
Fortunately,
sell
I'm not.
mundane items too that you guys have.
Oh, you know what? You're absolutely right.
Oh my god! She just starts unloading like
You guys
trash.
do have like items you can sell from your packs and everything to get some quick cash.
Oh yeah, the harpy egg is gone though, right?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely foul.
I would sell one of my sets of fine clothing then.
You don't need to do that. I have other stuff before you go on that escapade.
Let's not be hasty.
I've got harpy feathers, harpy claws, apparently a very good deer hide. That's something.
He
I'd like
sort
to
of gives a nod as you're offering up these things to sell, and he's like, right, well, oh, you're probably going to want to talk to Cynthia Thane. That's the leather worker here in Elion's tier. She'll be the one to buy that deer hide there. What else you got?
Uriah would step forward and offer the common clothes we got from Hainsky.
Talking about the prison clothes?
Not the prison clothes. We lost those. The step above prison clothes that we got because we were VIP.
Oh, I mean, And you've been wearing these?
She, Why does that add the price?
No, it don't. I need to know if I'll be cleaning it or not.
You should probably clean this.
Right. Roll me a persuasion check. Yeah, I'll give you a silver piece.
She, purses her lips. I can't do a trade-in for a simple cloak.
Not unless you give me 2 other sets of clothes. If they're not worn, that'll raise the price. But seeing as you've been wearing them, I'm gonna be honest. You should be happy I'm even giving you a silver for this and not throwing it away.
Sarah would give the rest to the buddy.
Sabine would trade again one of her 2 sets of fine clothes over.
She sighs. I'll take the silver. You can write it off my cloak, I suppose.
Taking the clothes, gives the nod.
Solo just stands there like bewildered. I have the gold, right? I have the silver.
She's offering. Well, I'll put 4 of mine in there, and then whatever's left in the silver roll apparently is happy to cover it.
How much are you putting down, Silver?
How much is it?
A whole 15.
Yeah, 15 silver.
Well, 11.
Well, actually, Sabine gave her
A set of
common
fine, not my common clothes. I have 2 sets of fine clothes, and I'm trading one of them in.
Oh, okay, well, I don't know how much that's worth.
Hold
How
on.
do you have 2 sets of fine clothes?
She's like that, I guess.
What the fuck?
And these, have you worn this
I need more fine
at any point?
I've worn it once, and I've worn part of it once, and that was at that festival. And I mixed it with her clothes.
All sweaty.
And the only part of my clothes that I wore because I didn't have the appropriate color was just some of the accoutrement, not like the clothes themselves.
Wait, you're not selling the clothes like Guinevere lent you are?
No, I'm not. I'm selling my own.
Okay.
They would be red and gold.
This comes from your backpack or your background?
My background.
Okay, you're selling your background clothes. Gotcha. Well,
It would be in the style of Katarina.
he sort of looks it over, pursing his lips together. Right, it's made of nice stuff. I could probably resell it. I don't know. I'll give you. Oh God. How's 6 gold sound?
It's made of silk, and also has gold inlay. 15.
Right, I'm gonna be honest with you. There ain't gonna be a lot of people that are gonna buy these colors here, at least, especially not in the Etmore.
Oof.
The red and the gold.
Given that House Ashford's colors are green, yeah. But I'll tell you what. Roll me a persuasion check.
I'd like to help.
Oh no.
How have you been helping in this current conversation, Rick?
By adding to it.
What?
See, I imagine that Sabine presented her clothes, right? Put them on the counter and all that. Put them on display, right?
Correct, and I have an appropriate argument too here once I roll my check.
Did you offer... What was the price you offered for them? Did she?
15.
15? Yeah.
15.
He will produce his torn and shredded doublet and the shirt and his boots from his own fine clothes, all completely like messed up, cut through. But there are parts, that weren't touched.
If you take her deal, you get this for free too.
God.
His free clothes his free clothes aside, there is a particular holiday coming up, Midsummer, to which these colors would be more than appropriate. This would be a little less that you have to ship in, seeing that your shipments are a little bit unreliable at this time. So it'd be something that is in stock that only you would have.
And that's real velvet, mate. Sure.
Right. He takes a moment, looking you up and down, sort of studying your expression.
She's smiling at him very flirtatiously. And it's a genuine flirtation. Like,
10 gold. Again, you ain't gonna find many people that are gonna wear it. There might be some that come through that'll be interested in buying it. Best I can do is 10 gold.
12.
Sort of eyes you for a moment.
She's looking him straight in his eyes with a smile. $12, and I'll give you a back massage later. For your start.
5 gold.
Literally. I have a wife.
No. And she, like, if he has any idea,
If
medical only.
Yeah, okay.
You.
I'm really flattered. I am. But that's not how I operate my business, I'm afraid. I'm gonna be honest again. It may be really nice. You might get more from the weaver, but if you're selling it here, best I can do is 10 gold.
All right, fine.
You're selling it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead and I'll just take it off your sheet. You can mark on 10 gold.
So, where are we now? Who's doing what?
we're buying cloaks,
Well, right,
they're 15 silver.
for 5 of them.
Yep. We now have enough gold, right, Sabine? Smile.
Well, Silver put up 11. Kellen put up.
Well, if she made
4.
gold, I ain't putting up my silver. The fuck you mean?
The silver is pulled back.
Don't imagine he took Alaric's offer.
I mean,
The harpy shredded duplet.
if you're giving up your shredded fine clothing, he's gonna take the boots from it, if nothing else.
Let's go. You got the Tims.
Oh no, your stuff got mended. Remember? By the shaman.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Yeah, there was the whole thing where the shaman didn't speak common, and Torog had to
Okay.
explain that it's
yeah.
for a good deed.
Yeah. Never mind, he ain't selling that shit.
That's what I thought.
No way. Taking it back.
They're enchanted now.
Right. Well, that's one deal. Still need the cloaks?
Yes.
Very much so.
All right. Still 3 silver apiece.
Now that we're here, should we go through our rations? Maybe.
We're good on those for now. We'll be fine.
Sabine will slide 2 of the gold back over.
Well, now that we have gold, perhaps we should ask about some ale, maybe?
Oh,
Is he throwing the we around? Is he doing the royal we?
The
When
royal we.
when I just sold my set of clothes, which are very, very precious to me as a follower of Sariel, out of necessity?
What about a box of smoke leaf for the pipe?
That's, well, I was going to
He
ask.
takes the 2 gold, puts in a small little case behind the counter, produces 5 silver as your change, and pushes the cloaks forward. So actually, rather, he would go back and start grabbing these sort of very simple, sort of dark green with light green sort of coloration, these cloaks.
Silra would, like, kind of hold up her tabard, looking at the color combination between the two and appraising it.
Aside from it being a slightly darker coloration, the main sort of themes match.
She
Oh,
nods.
we all look alike?
Indeed, you all have matching cloaks.
Nice.
That's what I mean.
Sweet.
That's what you'd expect from a weaver, right? Who's making and selling it.
Yeah.
Yuria snatches hers before anyone can decide they want a refund.
Okay.
Right. There anything else I can do for you folks?
I would like a face mask as well, please.
What?
A covering for my face so that I can cover my nose and my mouth.
I'm afraid I don't sell that.
Piece of cloth?
Veil?
A bandana?
A bandana, yes, one of those.
Scarf, maybe?
Why?
She looks at them, and she looks at Alaric, and she looks at Silver. Because if we're going hunting, and if our prey are to see us, I don't want them to be caught aware.
Dear friend, dear woman of my party, look at your hair and your eyes and tell me a bandana is going to cover that.
No, but a cloak will.
All right.
I mean, I got like a handkerchief you can buy, but that probably ain't gonna cover your face.
Understood.
I'm sorry.
Blew my nose in it.
Without that merchant caravan, I don't really got all too much. If you're in need of supplies, tools, I sell all sorts of things like that. Soap, rope, anything like that. That's really what you're gonna find here. I mean, you're coming to a general store for a farming town.
Right. I was told that you sell tobacco and
Oh.
pipes here.
Thank goodness.
That I do, yeah.
Alright. How much would it cost me to acquire a pipe and some tobacco?
2 pipes.
Well, give me a moment.
Yuria. Her hand reaches her face and drags down it. Can we buy this stuff on the way back?
Hold on. Let him see what he said.
One moment. Shops. Apologies, give me just a moment. Having to consult my notes.
Yes, look at the homebrewed export-import economy
Correct.
that he made.
Right. You're wanting some of the tobacco that we sell and some pipes?
Well, how much is a pipe and how much would a pouch of your tobacco cost? Just
Pipe's going to cost you about 2 gold. Pouch is going to cost you about 5 silver.
alright. Good to know. Well, if we come back from trying to find those missing merchant caravans, I suppose it will be time to purchase those. Actually, before I go, how about something? Shit. I don't actually know if I want that.
You guys roll me a perception check as well.
Boy, how close is he?
Okay.
That's performance. I'm stupid. That one.
You would see, actually, everybody. Wow. You would see that along the sort of back shelf, there are a number of like sort of strange items that catch, or sort of stand out amongst the rest. A number of them would be one that appears to be like a sort of dark iron sort of jar almost that has the lettering fire grease written over the front. And then you would see hanging next to it, sort of hanging from the shelf, what appears to be like a small, like waist length chain with a small lantern hanging from it.
What are those?
Bless you, Silveril.
So kind of like catches herself on the edge of the counter she's standing by after looking at it.
The grease ignites.
Which one?
Well, either of them. Just they look different, stand out.
He sort of taps his finger against the jar. This is fire grease.
Oh, what does that do?
Well, I mean, mostly we use it for controlled burns when we're preparing our fields. But you know, sort of lather it on a pitchfork or a shovel, ignites it in flame for a short while. You burn the ground.
Interesting. What about that chained thing?
Oh, that's something of my own make. Not quite sure what to call it yet, but just a little hands-free lantern. You wear it on your belt.
Huh. That's useful.
That could be very useful.
Not all of us see in the dark, after all.
I've already sold a few of them to some of the other families around here, but I don't know, the price is always different. They always give me something or barter something, so.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose when we acquire more coin, we'll have to come in and spend some with you.
I'd appreciate that.
On our way to go and take a look and see if we can find those missing caravans. I heard that your town is a little beset without having those supplies in.
That would be greatly appreciated if you could even find any of the things they were supposed to bring. If you're going out there, and you find supplies, there's a small box made. It's about this big, about the size of a jewelry box. Nice dark wood. It's polished, almost looks like glass. I mean, hell, if you find that, I'll pay you for it.
Small box. Does it have any specific markings, or is it just a small jewelry box size thing?
Yeah, it's got some small markings on it. On the top, you should see what appears to be like a small, like a little bear, like its head. At least if the carpenter actually did their job, that's what you should see.
Very well. We will keep an eye out for it.
There, it should have an inscription on it too. There should be a name on it. It should say Robin on it.
Rodham?
Robin.
Robin.
It's for my daughter.
Then I hope we can find it.
Yes.
That's very
I
kind
don't.
of you.
Unless we have beasts of burden to bring it all back, most likely the option will be to mark its location and have to return with some help. But finding it is the first order of business, of course.
Well, Halo, I wish you the best of luck.
All right. You know, before we go, I think I will take one of those pouches of tobacco. I don't have enough for the pipe yet, but if you can give me change for a gold piece, I will buy a patch of tobacco. Wait, was it one
It's 5
for
silver.
Right, so yeah, 5 silver back.
Why don't you buy two?
It's tactical, trust me.
All right.
Takes your gold piece, dispenses the 5 silver and change, goes back and produces a small pouch of tobacco. You surmise you would get at least about 10 uses out of this.
Very good. This is the good stuff from the town because they grow only the good stuff.
Indeed, this is the local, like locally produced. Here,
Very nice.
it's cheap, but if you were to go anywhere else and try to buy this, it's going to be way more expensive.
Right. So this is the good shit because it's local.
Indeed.
Nice. Perfect.
Sabine will buy a pipe and tobacco. What is it? 2 gold and
It's 2
5
gold
silver?
for a pipe and 5 silver for a pouch of tobacco.
She slides 2 gold and gets a pouch.
Okay. It'd be 2 gold and 5 silver.
Mm-hmm. And as she's being handed it, she looks at it. You guys are going to have to share the pipe. And she looks at Kellen and Alaric. and she hands it over to them.
I like it.
We can share. The reason I was buying the tobacco was for the gentlemen we're going to meet. I thought maybe a little bit of a peace offering to start with would be a good starting point.
You need to buy another. Then buy another.
No.
Just this is fine. This is fine.
And then she hands Alaric, you're going to have to share with Kellen. But here.
You not be paying attention. Give Tilly food.
Your strange way of showing kindness.
Siluriel, Kellen, if you're ever looking for work again, by the way, I could always use your help.
Absolutely. It was actually a very fun time.
Agreed. And
There-
if you ever need us for anything or me, please just let me know. I will do my best.
Yeah, when we come back, perhaps we can assist you with whatever you'd like.
Right. I'll be sure to do that then. Gerald's been talking awfully high of all of you, so.
Oh, we appreciate that.
We really do.
Very well. Let's go meet our friends and get this search on the way.
Right. All Father's blessing.
All Father's blessing to you as well. Well, now that we're all cloaked.
Indeed. Those of you that didn't have cloaks, now do. And those of you lacking tobacco, now have it, with a pipe to share amongst the party.
Right.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, so, in the sake of brevity, I will start leading them to the northwest.
Okay. Passing through the rolling hills, the long stretches of open roaming or sort of land that's here where shepherds sort of allow their flock to move through in unoccupied, sort of fenced-in areas. A number of sparse trees that litter these plains. You eventually make your way past the final farmstead that's here at the northwest and begin making your way towards the Watch Hill. That dark overcast that resides the the small sort of sprinkle of rain that is now almost missable by wearing these cloaks. And these are finely made cloaks as well. You all begin to approach. Who all is going in to Watch Hill, and who is staying behind?
Yuri is going in.
I'm Kellen and Yuria for sure, and I don't know who else would like to go, but
By behind. How behind?
You tell
are we
me?
talking? Well, Alaric would have clarified with Kellen, at which point the wards begin to appear, the guys watching over. And then add to that, like, 2 more minutes of being far away, preemptively. And then under some very shadowy canopy, surrounded by trees, and covered with foliage and grass, I imagine Alaric would wait with whoever wants to wait with him.
Yeah, Silril would not have gone with them, so she would be waiting there.
Yeah, the 3 melee combatants would be waiting because they all got a good look at us.
unless Marana wants to come, of course, but she was pretty far away.
Yeah, Marana's gonna follow them up into a point and then kind of like,
Start hiding.
yeah, kind of hide and just watch and make sure nothing goes tits up.
Sure. Where are you hiding? Because from here to the hill is open.
To the hill, I would say once we get to like these where we're dropping off like the melee people in like these kind of like trees and ruins over here, because they have to circumvent the entire hill to get up there.
Let's do it like this then. Welcome to
Okay,
Watch
okay.
Hill.
We're the fucking view. Okay.
So, the tokens on the overlay map are meant to represent the direct layout that you're looking at currently.
Hmm.
So from there, where
There
are
we
you
go.
guys at? Are you hiding in the trees? Are you staying further back and keeping watch with the rest of them?
Hmm.
So Yuri and Kellen are going, I'm assuming, through the main road and not trying to hide. I think Marana, I would think, would try to stick as close as she could by basically hiding in the trees.
Yeah, I think trees is.
Much like how Kellen was sneaking up on them, I would
Okay.
imagine that's how Marana is attempting to approach.
And where are our 3 melee combatants staying back at?
Well, probably at least where we can see the entrance that they're going into, right, guys?
Seems fair, reasonable, etc.
What about from here?
Yeah, probably. I'm assuming this is the place that we're heading into. It's
Correct.
This little ruin. Yeah, with this plane here, with nothing, I would probably assume that they should probably hang out. What's the distance between this and like the windmill?
Oh God.
How far can a man swim?
You wouldn't get there in a round.
Well, no, obviously not.
But you would be able to see the sort of tower peeking out. You wouldn't be able to make out a lot of details, but you're still able to sort of see the general area.
What about the trees here?
A little bit better. You'd be able to make out some of the ruined buildings in the tree line.
Yeah, I think it'd be Alec's estimation that they probably have lookouts in this little hill here to see anybody approaching from the field.
So he'd choose to hide there. Come in from here, do a quick dash, and hide there, away from the hill as much as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were going into like these ruins over here.
Where'd you
Yes,
think
way
you were
more
going?
I thought it was up here
That's all
for
one
some
piece.
reason. Oh, okay. Didn't realize.
That
Didn't
is,
realize that's how it was being rolled.
yep, that is Watch Hill. So that is all one map.
Understood.
So if you would like, you could hide in the trees that are near this area. The others can hide in these trees here. And then the rest goes in. How's that sound?
I believe that is the plan.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Marana Lemuria. I would like a stealth check, please.
Just one.
$18. Okay. And how are you hiding? How are you camouflaged? How are you going about this? What's her stealth look like?
Sorry, I was being accosted. So, drawing the cloak that is probably meant for a little bit larger of a Tarosian, it almost kind of encapsulates her, and leading up to them, to the tree line, she gets really, really low to the ground, kind of letting it not quite drag behind her, but kind of like cover her, blending in with the grass until she can find a tree to very quietly get to the top of.
Sure. Pressing your
Okay.
foot to the surface. Boop, 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 boop.
And then just kind of like hunker down, wrapped in green, hoping that enough of the dark colors and, you know, green on green helps to camo her.
Okay. And you, Kellen and Yuria, are you approaching stealthily?
I don't think so. I think just
Nope.
kind of making it so that they can be seen since they already know who Kellen is.
Nope. If unless Kellen insists otherwise, Yuria is heading straight to the main entrance. She's going to pull back her cloak, exposing the shimmering silver helm that she is wearing in the damp, uh, damp air, condensation, letting it glitter slightly.
Yeah. As you both are walking, now beginning to step into Watch Hill, you would get right about there, Yuria, before you hear the as the arrow strikes just at your feet from seemingly nowhere.
She does not seem surprised by this, expecting pretty much something like this. And instead of running or putting her hands in the air, she curtsies low and flourishing with her skirt wide to almost like a gown or the imitation thereof. I was told, she shouts into the tree line, there were men here who knew how to get jobs done.
You call out, your voice carrying through this place, met by the rumble of thunder. And you would watch, shifting to your left, of which you only just now see them, a figure with an arrow knocked, sort of presenting themselves from around the tree. And that's where we're going to end it for tonight.
No! Let's do the thing.
You just have to stretch it a little more just to get that bit of cliffhanger in. You know, that
That's
little
right.
like sprinkle, like not the full course, but like a little like, you know, just a little pizzazz, like a throwing the salt in there.
Thank you guys for playing. We will be picking this up next week on the 20th of May for episode 22 of Cometh the Fall. Thank you guys for playing.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
And thank you all for watching. I very much appreciate Chad being here and supporting the players and myself. For as long as the players wish, feel free to highlight your questions with the channel points and ask them. They can be for myself, for the players, about the campaign, or about the characters.
That's right. Ask us anything.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Barp.
Can't believe our combat was a goat.
That was pretty funny though.
Damn.
I want
We're all
combat
just like-
so bad.
He's frothing.
On the Friday the 13th for Christmas. Engine early. Cry, here we go.
It's not ending early. It's 6 hours.
It's
not Friday the 13th anymore either.
It's fine. No, you're right.
Could just go a little bit longer so we can negotiate with King finally.
That's definitely not going to be within an hour, brother.
You're funny. You're funny, my man. You won't be here till 6 a.m.? Yeah, you do.
I mean,
No. I'm sorry. But,
I mean, look at it this way, DM. Maybe if you get the conversation out of the way tonight, next session could be all about fighting.
yes.
yeah, when we
Hunting and-
flub the conversation.
We think you should let us go. No.
Roll initiative.
All right, you're funny. Anyway, let us go now.
6 more blue cloaks appear.
All right, that's cool. But, like, we can leave now, right?
6 more.
All right, I'm leaving.
8 more.
I'm going that way.
There's just a wall of them.
I started rap. Fast pace out. Oh, wow.
Hey, DM, I'm sitting on 100k points. Where's my song redeem? I will absolutely make 100k point redeem for make Sillaril sing a song.
Ew,
100%.
Not even using.
It sounds like
That's extortion!
100k points, Sillaril sings a song. Boom.
I'll only do it if I get
Boom.
instant inspiration.
boom. Counter boom.
Very
Inspiration
well.
is now part of the economy, of the Twitch economy.
Yes!
If we spend enough channel points, who will sing for us? Sillaril. Or anybody else that's brave enough. So, Jimmy, can I call you Jim? What farm animal do you plan on wrestling next? The world wants to know.
Your mom.
Ooh, got him.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh my god.
How about that, Sivus?
It's just like
I wouldn't go for it.
offends the entire like Hamlet. Oh my god.
Oh,
All right, burn him at the stake.
he's a rude freak. Oh, burn him at the stake? Yeah, the dwarf's coming straight at you with a torch. Say less, fam.
We don't take kindly to those that booger animals.
Animal bugger.
Burn him at the stake.
It's true though. Come on, it's commoners. Like, one day you're wrestling rams, and the next day you probably shag them.
Not in my fantasy setting, you freak.
That's good. Great.
I applaud. Jeez.
I commend it.
Let me go through this real quick as well. Let's see. Guido, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Kellen. Gifted him a 12-month sub. That's very kind of you.
It is. Holy shit.
The Dice God, thank you very much for your resub for 4 months. That is very kind of you for sticking around this long. Jiblane, hey, thanks for the tip. Get jiggy with it. That's right. Thank you kindly. I appreciate that. And Mr. Bite, thank you very much for the resub for 5 months. You've been here since the beginning. I appreciate that. Thank you. And as a point of reiteration, just to clarify, this content is free. You don't have to sub. You just have to be here to watch. That's all. You can lurk, you can follow, you can chat, all that fun stuff, but don't feel obligated to donate. Don't feel obligated to subscribe. Any of that. This is free. I just appreciate you being here.
And then the flood of subs.
Taryn, can we get an entire musical episode? If the crew is feeling particularly jolly.
Wow. I mean, we can do it. I don't know if you'll appreciate it, but we can do it.
Yeah, I don't think most of us do the singing.
Hello, my baby.
Singing is for the blessed.
Bless
Like,
up.
we can do it. It's just gonna be, for the most part, horribly off key.
You will drop your 100k points to force Sizzle to sing. For an
Why
entire stream. Holy shit.
But why? Why would you choose me over, the one who actually has an instrument and mic quality and can sing?
Because it's
Why,
funnier to watch you flail.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Guido. Guido. Brother, I don't say that as a challenge, by the way. It's not to challenge you. It's not to goad you or anything else like that. Brother man. I appreciate your generosity. It is absurdly kind. You don't have to. I mean it. For another 100k, do it in Yiddish.
Oh, God.
That I would pay for.
Guido, you just gifted my dad a sub. I hope you're happy.
What?
What?
Your
Yeah, he's in
papa's
there.
in here?
Yeah,
Amazing.
I'll never say who.
I want to go through his names and figure out which one would fit your.
Which
your
one of
father.
these random names?
That's right.
Who did it?
I'm going with Ralph 504.
Given that you're I'm gonna go with Big Rebel.
Boom. Bada bing.
Given
Got
where
it.
you're from, brother, Roll Tide. Big Rebel.
Oh my
Roll
That's
god!
him.
Tide. Roll Tide, mother. Hooey.
Is it that? Did he nail it?
Fuba. I'm not saying.
God damn it.
I'll never tell.
I ain't saying shit.
That
I'll
is
agree with you,
exactly.
but not saying you're right.
Jan,
We will get combat,
Will we?
even if it
Yeah.
kills you.
It will. That's exactly what it'll do.
I want to fight.
Why?
I want to throw hands.
I thought this was a political
It's been
intrigue
4 sessions.
campaign.
I want to throw
Political
hands.
intrigue campaign, do ya? Where's my
You haven't
talkie-talkie?
gotten to the political intrigue yet.
This is it.
You only just now
No.
have some money to your name.
See that blue dude? He's Mr. Politics. Him right there.
I like how I sell my nice clothes and they're like, oh yay, we have money.
We do. We're a party.
Yep. Congratulations. You figured out the we.
Our money.
You made a little bit? No. We made
We.
money.
No, just wait until we make money. See who's gonna buy your tobacco.
Hell no. I'm putting my money in a bank.
Next time I
Or a
won't buy
ditch.
you tobacco. Fuck you.
I mean,
Mhm.
I'm ready to throw hands of whatever's got that caravan. Let's go. Father, I crave violence.
Yeah.
Let me at him.
Let
Father,
me stab.
I crave.
Oh, please, no. Just let me hit level 4 and then we can fight, okay? I promise.
Oh god.
Oh,
No
Please.
combat until level up. Ha ha ha.
True.
That's the deal, DM.
I'll have a build. Kind of.
Dad, I swear to God.
No, that's exactly what you did.
This is communism, goddamn.
Bro, Dad.
Please, sir, may I have a crumb of violence? Yes. Yes.
When are we gonna get the bag of holding for Kellen to hold all the money?
That's funny. That's cute. That's funny. Thinking you're getting a bag of holding.
But you know what I mean, right?
Just wants me to keep track of it all again.
You get this,
Yeah.
right?
I do.
Good.
Hey, everyone, point at Itis and laugh at him for trying to be like the vice DM in this chat. Nice try, idiot.
Ooh, Void Screamer, huh?
Look at him.
Yeah, you deserve it. We can do that.
No. Alright, well.
Roll a wisdom saving there.
Oh
you
no.
see.
That is very correct, Taryn.
Yay.
They could use a sock and hold all of their money.
I mean, it does hold stuff. Technically.
Well, it could also be an improvised weapon. Put all
Here's
those
what we do,
coins in
guys.
there.
No. You're thinking small brain. We do like a Saving Private Ryan where we put the fire grease in the socks and we throw it at people.
Ha! I remember that.
Get the construct we say as we throw bomb socks at it.
Or just be that one idiot who like, okay, I got the sticky bomb in the sock, and he runs up to the tank and the fuse
Yep,
burns
and
and
just
blows up.
explodes. Oops. Rolled a 1, Lamau.
Whoopsie doodle.
Feels bad.
That's your bag of holding. Yeah.
I just realized I could smite somebody with a sock full of copper.
Yeah.
Just a sack of oranges while you're at it.
I don't.
Could you smite someone if you bit them?
No.
Why not? That's a melee attack.
Pretty sure Smite has specific requirements.
It has to be a
Like what?
weapon, even if it's improvised, and hands or teeth or anything attached to your body.
What if it's someone else's teeth?
No.
What if I took someone's head and like came
That's
at
why
you?
with a fucking denture. I refuse.
Can I smite with someone's dentures?
I mean, if they had gold teeth, I guess, right?
Let's go.
Like,
It's my arcane focus and my weapon.
I'm gonna let you right now. I'm gonna let you know right now. No.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
Because I said so.
Why did you say it though? Marana's teeth are long enough. Can I use hers?
No.
Why not? They're practically spikes. Come on.
No.
God damn it. No fun in this chat. What the fuck, guys? Wants combat, doesn't want any fun combat. What is this? Just wants me to hit things with my sword. Like a fool.
You wanted to hit things with your sword.
No, I just wanted the
I've been counting the party as having 2 ranged and 4 melee.
Why?
Because that's what you guys are. Kellen and Yuria are ranged.
Let's
Marana,
go.
Alaric, and Sabine and Silveril are all melee.
I am technically ranged.
yes, some of us are more melee than others.
Just don't look at my DPR. Don't look at that. Just know I hit from afar.
So, fun fact. My bite actually does count as a simple melee weapon.
Let's go. She can smite, boys. It's unarguable. Poggers.
You're gonna put that radiant magic in your mouth? You're gonna put that radiant magic
Hey,
in your
hey.
mouth?
No,
Hey.
I'm joking.
Dampier?
I'm just saying.
Hey,
It works, though.
there's more than one smite. She could do like a thundering smite where she bites them and then they like fly backwards.
Yeah, you don't actually want to use your teeth to
No.
inflict thunder.
Teeth strong, simple weapon.
Rocks? Fall.
Everyone dies.
What about like a brandishing smite? That's hex friendly.
When I mind control Marana,
Uh-huh.
then I'll give her bite smite.
Oh, I see. Only the DM can have all the fun.
That's
I
right.
understand.
When I mind control Marana,
I see. See,
and
this
I
is
unleash
why
her on the party,
it's
she's
the
Hold
same
on.
thing, you know?
When I level up my vampirism, can I get smite bite?
You see the hypocrisy in the system, guys? It's the same thing with, like, I show him homebrew spells and items, and he's like, get out of Pinterest. And then you show him
because
the...
you shouldn't be out of Pinterest. Stop
And
it.
then he's like, bro, look at this CR13 monster Death Eater thing that I just found from the depths of DeviantArt, bro. That's Pog. I'm putting that in my campaign, bro, immediately. +1. The hypocrisy.
When are you going to be fighting a CR13 thing?
By the way, I looked this up, and apparently you can only smite with natural weapons that are described as being a weapon. So
Yes. It is described as a weapon.
no. It is a natural weapon, but it needs to be described as being a weapon, meaning from the weapon table of weapons, where bite is not.
So you're saying Minotaurs also could not use their horns to smite?
Yeah, they couldn't.
No fun here. First it's dual wielding, and now it's this.
We stay losing.
I hate this system. God, why do we ever leave 4th edition?
Yeah, player raised natural weapons are specific in that they are used to make unarmed strikes. Meaning any attack that is not used through a weapon.
Why, Watsy? Why? Right. Anything else?
I don't know. If
Any
you stick
closing
around long enough.
statements? What?
I have an infinite amount of statements if you stick around long enough.
Oh no.
Do you have any questions for me?
How likely are we going to not die in the next 3 sessions?
What? How what?
How likely are we to not die in the next 3 sessions?
How likely are you to not die?
Yeah.
Like, what's the chance of you dying?
Yeah.
I don't know, because every time I prepare, you guys
Mhm.
don't get through the content I prepare.
Are you saying I'm taking too long?
I'm sorry we haven't gotten into a fight, alright?
You
We're
know-
here now.
You know, this is... Look, I'm sorry you beat Elden Ring in like 3 hours of play, okay? 'Cause
I
you
have-
just rushed the main quests.
140
All right.
hours in that game
I have 120
on one
and I
character.
121 character haven't beaten the game yet. All right, I'm taking my time. I'm enjoying the content. You're over here basically speed rushing it. Speedrunner Andy.
Farming all of the items, getting all of the achievements.
Speedrunner Andy.
He's got YouTube on the side, telling him what to do every second that passes.
No, I prepare content. And I should be accounting for how much you guys roleplay, because I don't. I'm just like, they'll get through this today, and if they go do X, Y, and Z, this will happen, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, you guys got through X,
And started on
and
Y.
that's it.
Brother,
So I'm like, fuck. All right,
Yeah.
let's pull back on my notes real quick. Let's see, what did they get to? What didn't they get to? All right, I can just move about 85% of this over to preparation for next week and go from there.
Yeah. Sorry for taking up some time, but I wanted to do that little one-on-one convo.
You never apologize. Don't apologize. That makes me think that you're doing it on purpose. That you
No.
know that you're...
Ooh, see, now you have to apologize.
Holy shit.
Apologize for apologizing now.
I love the line.
Listen,
love
if
the
there
line.
was... If I had a problem with your roleplay, I wouldn't be letting you fuckers roleplay every camp, every night, every day.
It sounds like you have a problem. The way you're ranting about it, seems like you do have a problem with it, though.
If I had a
Give it
problem, there would be a
time.
problem.
It sounds like, well, you see, because you have all this content.
What I'm glad is that it's not the same day anymore. What I'm glad is that it hasn't been 3 sessions on one day.
That's fair.
I love New Year's, though. It was a big day.
It was getting kind of like Dragon Ball Z-esque in the episodes in one day.
Oh god, Krillin's dead again.
Thankfully, it's a brand new day. You guys have accomplished. You guys got through your... You guys did shopping. You guys roleplayed. You guys talked to Mr. Duskbrand and got your letters. You guys have some leads on some of the things that you've been asking about, with varying degrees of detail to some of them. And you just go from there. My favorite is that you guys ask a lot of questions and then you don't.
What do you mean?
You ask a lot of questions.
Mhm.
And then when given the opportunity to ask questions, you don't.
Well, because we're probably still thinking of the questions we want to ask, DM. God. Who do you think I am? Some sort of genius politician who was born and raised in a hell pit to learn to survive? And
Yes. I'm going to stop you right there, Chief. Yes.
What do you think I am? No. I'm a spud in a basement.
A potato.
I'm a potato sitting in a
Got
basement.
little sprouts protruding
That's
out of
right.
it. Little grabby
Okay.
hands.
Potato man.
I headbang my push to talk button when I speak.
Nice.
Nice.
My
I mean,
arms
I
are
had
just-
a lot of fun sort of going through the whole like lecture on the arcane and stuff like that, because that was something I had planned 2 sessions ago. So when it was like, okay, well, we're gonna get to it today, I can actually write up proper notes for it, which is
And we did.
which is meant to introduce the primeval current.
You weren't expecting me to ask like serious philosophical questions about the primeval current, were you?
I was,
Or the weave? Why?
because I had to prepare. And I was
What?
like, if I don't write anything, they're gonna ask about it.
100%.
And I'll be caught flat-footed. But if I write something, they'll either take it as gospel and not ask anything.
I did, because you're like, all right, you learned about it 4 hours, but you gave us the 4 hours pass sign. So I'm like, okay. I'm just assuming that means this is an excuse for me to roll Arcana checks in the future.
It was the start.
Yes.
I took it as when you were talking about how things stumped you, I was taking it as like there are aspects of what he was teaching that stumped you, such as
Correct.
learning about the primeval current, learning about the weave.
There are things. It's supposed to correlate with like how Yuria, because this is not the first time that people have attempted to teach her magic, right? People tried at home. She
Indeed.
learned some cantrips and shit, but she was not like her brother who became a wizard and was like, woohoo! Magic just comes naturally, Lamau. And then Dear Daddy was like, hey, what are you gonna do with that? And he's like, I'm gonna join the army. And he's like, no!
My idiot son. And I'm gonna summon a chicken. What? No! My legacy.
True. Yeah, imagine that being the intelligent one. Unfortunate.
Oh my god, he has a 19 intelligence.
True.
See, I imagine Mr. Dustbear was the well put together, has all of the lecture notes, very kindly professor type. And then I think of Sunday and how Oberon is going to be like the professor that enters class 14 minutes late, not 15, so you can't fucking leave, with a Starbucks, visibly, potentially hungover.
Indeed.
Still sunglasses on indoors.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Duskbrand is very, very astute. He takes time with each student, answers their questions, explains it in layman's terms for them if need be, so that way they get a full grasp of it. If they don't, then he'll set aside time to further explain it to them after helping the others. Meanwhile, Oberon's like, fucking, here's your paperwork, fucking do it yourself.
Like, alright, we're gonna do cantrips today.
Oh, with Zafina? Yes.
Yeah, with
That
Zafina.
was hilarious.
We're gonna do cantrips today. What kind of cantrips? Well, you're gonna find the fuck out.
I'm waiting for Cauldron to be like the radical teacher. He's like, yeah, school learning. Let's go blow some shit up. And he just goes in the backyard and he casts fireball.
Yeehaw! Fucking fires a fireball into
Like
the mountain.
the science professor teacher who's like, y'all want to see like nitroglycerin? Let's go.
Want to see what sulfur and guano do?
Just don't tell the professor about this. Wink.
Sir, you are the professor. I know. Lightning!
Did I stutter, dumbass?
All right, lesson's done. But the bell didn't ring. I don't care.
Go home. I'm tired of you. Get
See
out.
yourself
Yeah.
out. I don't give two shits where you go. You just can't stay here. Pulls out a cigarette.
He's like, yeah, I don't want to be here. So,
That's
you
what I
guys can
expect.
go.
That's what I expect Cauldron to be.
Mr. Moonborn, you can't smoke in class. Are you the teacher? I didn't think so.
What are you, a fucking narc?
Fucking flips you the bird. And he's like, you're like,
Fucking like takes one huge drag and flicks the butt out on their forehead. Get out of here, you disgust me.
Yeah, whatever, narc. Flips the cigarette at you.
Yeah. Hey class, you want to see what happens when I flip a cigarette after hitting you with lighter fluid? That's right, you've got 3 seconds before you find out the hard way.
You know what? You got to do 2 essays now. Fuck you.
No, I'm not reading, that's why I hire TAs.
he doesn't even get the TAs to read him. He just like throws them in the trash when you're done. All right, get out of here.
He's like, looks it up, the title
Doesn't
sucks,
even
you get
grade
an F. Title sucks, you get an F.
I think you're shit, but I respect your rebellion, so fuck off.
Wow, this shit's boring. Like, crumples it up. Throws it away. But I wrote that with ink and calligraphy. Yeah, that's why it's boring. There's no doodles, no nothing on it.
You want to see what the human mind does with deep speech?
Their fucking eyeballs pop out of their head.
Epic. God, I'm good.
Right. I suppose that's enough fucking around. Say goodbye to chat.
All right, but goodbye, chat, for real this time.
Bye, chat.
Bye, Chad.
Original lecture is going to be a video
My
on the
God.
subject. Oberon, probably. Yeah, that's probably not wrong. Oberon's more like, hey kids, you want to see a dead body? Oh wait, not anymore. He's a war wizard.
That's right. I'll be back.
I mean, Kendall.
Hey. Thank you guys for coming out. For chilling, for participating, for talking in chat, for lurking, for just being here. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you very much for all of you coming out. Thank you for watching the game, and thank you for supporting the players. It means a lot. I hope that you all have a good night. I hope that you all take care. And I hope that wherever you are, you have a good weekend. And I look forward to seeing you this Sunday over on Momo's channel for the Secrets of Earnest. If you like the players, most of them are over there. And if you like Momo, well, she plays in both of my games. I hope you all take care, and good night.